to digest Mr. Weeks's rebuttal proof. Oh, unless it's me, is it? No, I don't think so. To talk, yeah. Sorry, my apologies, Mr. Goatley.
Not at all. It's perhaps understandable that you'd like to have override for the purposes of dealing with any of the advocates, and who knows beyond that. So thank you, good morning. And yes, we've had the opportunity sufficiently to digest Mr. Weeks, so I'm not going to ask for any more time in respect of the matters there. Obviously, there will be some matters that may have to be left to you to resolve on the basis that we won't well be otherwise been able to bottom them out, but that's not a reason not to carry on.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's any other housekeeping matters before we start.
So yes, although I should probably let Mr. Goatley introduce his plan. I have a hard copy for you once he's done that.
Okay.
You now get the soft copy, Mr. Goatley, for these purposes. Sir, yes, I sent through, as was canvassed yesterday evening, a copy of a further plan in order to indicate how various things could be accommodated on site, and that's described as a proving layout example. It is just that, an example. In that, as you know, we've essentially got the parameters plan or plans here, and even the illustrative master plan is only an illustrative document for the purposes of this exercise. So this is just effectively within that range, and indeed S39, which I think you've also seen, is again with a view to just explaining what the disposition or potential disposition of uses and buildings might be.
So it's a detailed layout, but it's only an indicative example.
It's a proving document, indeed, purely by way of exemplification, and it would be fair to observe that there may well be further iterations, and indeed there may be further components that are rather more elaborately dealt with than are necessarily dealt with in the plan that's being prepared. I mean, one of the matters which I'll just identify to you is that it doesn't have effectively the fuel station beyond the HGV fuel station on the proving plan, the non-HGV, if I can put it that way. But sir, you will see in shortly the 357 car parking spaces and the space which is manifestly available upon any redisposition. As I say, it's a proving example.
Okay.
So it was tendered on that basis, but my learned friend to whom I sent it last night has, I think, very kindly printed off some A3 copies. Okay. So I think it may be helpful for you to have that, and doubtless I hope Mr. Weeks has had the opportunity to see it as well. And as I again indicated last night, it would be only appropriate for my learned friend to have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weeks any questions about it now before it returns to me by way of any cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. That's very fair. We'll do that in a sec. Just to complete the procedural matters. So this will be our ID5 then, and on the inquiry documents. And we'll title it "Proving Layout Example," as it says on the plan title. So I'm assuming Mr. Holmes or someone sent that to the inspectorate electronically. Yeah, okay, thank you. I regret to say I haven't had confirmation of that, but I shall keep an eye open for it this morning. Okay, so Ms. Osman-Smith, do you want to ask Mr. Weeks anything about this, and then we'll go to Mr. Goatley for cross-examination.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, just a couple of supplementary questions, and good morning, Mr. Weeks.
Good morning.
You've had an opportunity now to look at this plan, Mr. Weeks, and you've provided comments previously on S39, both in written and oral evidence. Does the plan that you've received meet with any of the concerns that you've expressed about how the different components of this scheme can be accommodated?
Not really. I think this plan, if anything, causes more concerns. What it's essentially been done is as many car parking spaces as possible have been crammed onto here, and as has already been noted, the petrol filling station isn't shown, but also essentially what we've got here is a scheme which is fundamentally not deliverable, in the sense that we've got a facilities building which has got supposedly a creche in it, a hotel, a shop and a cafe, but we've got no service yard, no delivery bay. How are you going to get a lorry in there to service any of these facilities? It doesn't work. It doesn't actually give any credibility as to what you can actually get on that site, in my mind. And particularly then when you start looking at some of the other elements which are included, it clearly hasn't been drawn in line with what the parking requirements are, in the sense that we've got 2 disabled spaces. Well, if we've got 357 spaces coming forward, the council's requirement should be 14. It's not even close to it. And then other elements, like we have to have, if the creche is included, some on-site amenity space to actually go with the creche, because you have to have access to external space. The only way you can get away with that not being on site is if you've actually got access to a public park somewhere which is within easy walking distance. That is certainly not the case here. That's not shown. So again, you're going to have more land take for that. And in terms of the other sort of supporting facilities, we've got charging bays for motorcycles, but we haven't got any standard motorcycle bays, and we haven't got any cycle parking. It's a number of bits which you look at, and I just don't think it's been thought through. I think someone has literally just been told, get as many car parking spaces on here as you can, and that's the plan we'll submit. The other element which then comes through from it is the number of parking spaces which is being shown here is way more than what was actually being suggested before is being required. So, for instance, in the committee report, so the earlier revision of the plan at committee report, forgive me, I can't remember what the core document reference is offhand. I'm not sure whether anyone can help me on that. Okay, thank you. But yeah, CDS1 at the table which is attached to paragraph 5.3. The SPD requirement on that was suggesting 245 spaces, and the previous scheme was suggesting 259. So it's had no regard at all to what was actually being proposed at that stage. But also then in terms of what was even suggested in the transport assessment, which was submitted with the EIA. So this is CDN 4.1. That at page 28, so it's the paragraph just below table 6.6. Unfortunately, the paragraphs don't seem to be numbered, or that one certainly isn't anyway. That suggests that there's 126 car parking spaces plus 35 disabled, which is needed. So again, totally different figures. Doesn't give us any indication at all as to how this site could actually be properly laid out and whether or not these facilities can be accommodated. It does also just suggest again whether or not we have a need for all of this space, and or if all of the facilities, as I've said before, can actually be accommodated. Again, we haven't got a service station on here. That's got quite a lot of space which it's taking up, and there was a retail unit supposed to go with that as well. That's not shown on here. That, I presume, is not within the facilities building. It may well be. It's just not given us the clarification we need, so I don't think we can add any more weight to the ability to deliver all the facilities compared to what the previous version was, so it doesn't change my stance at all about the ability to deliver the facilities as stated.
So just going back to what was assessed as part of the transport assessment, that's core document N4.1. There's a table on page 24 of that document which talks about estimated parking accumulation, above which is the figure that you've set out, 126 car parking spaces plus 35 disabled spaces.
So that's page 24 in the numbered version rather than the PDF page, yeah.
Right, so yeah, 24 numbered, and there's a table on there, table 6.6, estimated parking accumulation, putting to one side the truck stop element with its 230 spaces occupied between 7 and 8 o'clock. What does that tell us about the busiest times for the other uses and what the total number of cars parked in there would be at that time?
The busiest time for that is during the middle of the day, effectively. And for the petrol filling station associated retail unit, the coffee shop and the crash stroke nursery, it's suggesting 20, 21 and 17 parking spaces needed. So that's 58 spaces by my maths.
And so straightforwardly, how does that relate to the proposed 357 car parking spaces shown on this example proving layout?
Well, obviously, it's not quite all of the uses which are included within that area because we have got the hotel parking as well. But generally speaking, the hotel is expected to be used by the HGV community rather than the general public. But it would, again, suggest that the level of parking which is being suggested here is way greater than what is required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weeks. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Goatley.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weeks, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Weeks, are you dealing with matters electronically or hard copy?
Mixture of the two.
Right, thought that'd be helpful. Okay, I'm going to be going to a variety of documents in the core documents.
Okay.
I'll be primarily going off an electronic version myself, but we'll mix and match between them along the way, if we may.
Yep.
The first thing I was going to inquire with you in respect to this is, when were you first instructed and what were your instructions in respect to this matter?
We were first instructed, I can't remember the exact date, but it was after the appeal had been submitted, and we were asked to obviously have a look and see if we would defend the planning position on behalf of the council. So we had the decision notice, we had the statement of case from the appellants, and we had the opportunity to obviously look through all of that and have a look at the site before we actually put the quote across to represent the council.
Thank you very much. The policy aspects relating to need and the need for this type of development, so far as the development plan is concerned, that in fact makes no provision for lorry parking or the like. Is that correct?
It doesn't explicitly state a requirement for lorry parking, no, but I think the vast majority of local plans across the country are also in the same situation.
Well, some are, some aren't. But just looking at CD, I think I've got a CD S12. That's the local plan. Now, CDS 12, as far as rugby is concerned, that was taken forward and was adopted in June 2019. That was after the NPPF in its 2019 iteration was published, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And indeed, it was a document which was also produced subsequent to subsequent to the lorry parking survey, to which we will go, which is CDS6, which is the 2017.
Yes.
I'll call it the 2017, but it's the same one as the 2018 for these purposes. Lorry survey. That was quite clear, wasn't it, as to the need for lorry parking, including, especially among other places, in and around Rugby. That's correct, isn't it?
Would you like to take me to this precise comment on that?
Yes, certainly. Rugby gets name-checked in another places, and I'm going to run off the PDF version, but I think it's the same numbering fortunately, and that's page 47.
So it's at 47.
47.
47. This is to do with crime data.
Indeed,
Yeah.
in terms of those hotspots,
Mm-hmm.
both for the Swift Valley and Forum Drive Rugby. And indeed, I think if we have a look on page 37 of that document, we see examples of off-site lorry parking and the footnote which is referred to there.
Page 36, but yes. I mean,
It was something which was known in context of rugby at the time that the local plan would have been emerging. Would that be correct?
it would have been known. I'm not sure that either of those specifically state that there is a particular need in rugby.
Rugby presumably would have had regard to its proximity not only within the Golden Triangle but also to the A5. Would that be fair?
I obviously wasn't part of creation of the local plan, but I can only presume that all documentation which was available would have been considered.
So in terms of the hotspot areas you refer to, perhaps you'd have a look, same document, page 95, in terms of off-site parking hotspots. It's figure 5.19. You have that?
I do, yes.
Yep. That again indicates where predominant hotspots are, and specifically again mentions the A5.
It does say the A5 there, yes.
Yep.
I mean, that's of the points you've taken us to, I think that's the first point which has actually made specific reference to this area.
Well, that's a matter of submissions. We've heard what you've said. If you'd like to give a running commentary upon the questions and answers you give, then I'm sure that'll be welcome to the inspector, but it won't be necessary from me. But thank you. So far as at the time that the emerging plan then ultimately was adopted in June 2019, the issues relating to lorry parking, those were matters which were would have been aware of, or parties would have been aware of, presumably including the local planning authority.
I would presume to be the case, yes. I mean, again, I think we'd had some discussion yesterday whereby a lot of the lorry parking pressure from this area has been attributed to Magna Park, rightly or wrongly. I'm not going to comment on that, but Magna Park is the large facility in the immediate area. That lies in Harbour District, and there was discussion yesterday, both from myself and from the councillor, whereby Magna Park is looking to provide lorry parking on its site, supposedly to meet its own needs, and that's the expectation on that. So it may well be that Rugby didn't want to specifically allocate a separate site or anything, given that the expectation for Magna Park to some extent would be coming forward to hopefully meet the need generated from that. The other point I think which is worthwhile mentioning is that Rugby have been, Rugby have had more than one application which has been submitted in recent years for truck stop, and that has included the services just slightly further south at junction 1 of the M6, which they approved.
Yeah.
So they have taken it on a site-by-site basis against the policies which they do have.
Right. Just dealing with the production of policy. So far as your comments in respect of Magna Park, do you have any direct engagement or knowledge yourself of Magna Park? Have you engaged with them as to their aspirations and how they intend to deliver them?
I haven't specifically engaged with them, no.
So yours was an observation by way of a commentary on what Councillor Gillias was saying yesterday.
In part. The other part is that the, as I commented in my evidence in chief, is that the MPPF was in place when even the outline application came forward, which requires that major schemes, which is what Magna Park certainly is, needed to actually provide the infrastructure to support its development. That will include some HGV parking. So the expectation, and I have had communications with the case officer who's dealing with everything at Harbour District, is that they are expecting it will come forward, and as I sort of indicated, the expectation is that the new application they've got in, which is CDS 35, will most likely be approved in due course. I obviously can't say for certain because we haven't got that paperwork before us, but that's the indication which is coming forward.
Yeah, I'm going to come on to other proposals in due course, so I will come back to that as an issue. So far as that which is in the plan effectively, in having a policy, it doesn't have a policy to deal with this issue. So to that extent, using the old terminology, the plan is silent upon this particular matter, isn't it?
In terms specifically of HGV parking, it doesn't have a policy on it. It doesn't have a policy for a lot of different uses. I think it'd be hard pushed to find any local plan which has got a policy to cover every eventuality. I know what you'd say against the hotspots. It's not to be unexpected. But I think in terms of how they've then worded some of their policies, they have worded them in a positive manner, which means that where proposals do come forward, it can be taken against policy GP2 in particular, which is the settlement hierarchy policy of proposals in the countryside. It notes that new development will be resisted, but only where national policy on countryside locations allow will development be permitted. It's whether or not this is considered to fall under that restriction or not. And I know the case for the council is that it's not been refused against GP2, and therefore the stance is that it's compliant with that policy on that exceptions element, for want of a better description.
Right. So other than the two policies identified in the decision notice, which is N3 and is it SDC1?
Yes, I believe 3, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Other than those, it's considered to be in conformity with the development plan.
I won't say it's 100% in conformity with every other policy, but that it's not conflicting with them to any degree that it is warranting a reason for refusal. Everything is a balance within planning, as you know. Those are the two policies against which the proposal has been refused, and those are the two policies against which the case has been made.
Well, it's not a question of sort of some kind of a pick and mix or smorgasbord. You're aware of the provisions related to the Development Management Procedure Order, Article 35, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
All reasons for refusal must be full, complete, precise.
Yeah. Well, those
and
are the two.
Forgive me, let me finish that question. And all policies referred to. So if there is no policy referred to, then in which case either there's a breach of Article 35, or alternatively there is conformity with the development plan, save in respect of those policies identified. Is that correct?
Take it it's just those two policies which is in conflict with anything else against that.
So we'll come to those two policies very shortly. Those two policies are essentially directed to matters relating to landscape and, to a degree, questions relating to design, and we'll just deal with those shortly. You deal with those, and I think you helpfully set out the text at your page 29 of your proof of evidence.
I do. I have also got those 2 pages printed, so I'll work off my paper versions of those, if that's okay.
Thank you. Now, in respect of those policies, the first of which, NE3, landscape and protection, those allow, first of all, the positive attribution for development, provided that those matters are met. And so what they need to demonstrate is the matters contained in the bullet points.
Essentially, yes.
Yep. It doesn't indicate in its terms that permission should be refused unless there is X, Y or Z. It's not expressed in that negative form.
It isn't. It's expressed in the positive form, but it does obviously indicate that it needs to have a positive contribution to the landscape character. And we had quite a bit of discussion yesterday about that, and you know
Well-
what the case is for the council, so I won't reiterate all of that
Yeah,
again.
indeed. But that's a matter we've already heard on. Ultimately, that is going to be a matter for the inspector to evaluate for himself. So I'm not going
Indeed,
to
yes.
take you further in respect to that. But just in terms of the policy attributes, integrate landscape into the design of the development at an early stage. Now, this is a form of development where there has been, in fact, more than one landscape and visual assessment. There was an LVA and then an LVIA that's been undertaken, yes?
Yes, there have been LVIAs. I would certainly question whether or not the landscape planning has actually been integrated into it, or landscape
Okay.
planting, if I phrase it that way. And the fact that the scheme has obviously had to be increased from 6 to 25 metres of planting depth along the northern edge would suggest that clearly something was wrong in first instance.
Well, whatever be the case, the form of development, albeit subject to, among other things, parameter features that went to committee, did provide for the integration of landscape into the design, didn't it?
It did, but my question is whether that's at an early stage. Unfortunately, I suspect this scheme, like so many, is that the development has been created on the site and whatever land is left over is essentially then used as the landscaping.
Well, okay, you make that particular slur. Let's just deal with the matter in question. At the time that the matter came to be determined, the issue of landscape being integrated into the design was dealt with, yes?
There was landscaping on the scheme at the point it was determined, yes.
Yeah. Secondly, consider its landscape context, local distinctiveness, etc. I'm not going to go back into, among other things, character and tranquility. That's, again, matters discussed yesterday, matters left to the inspector. But that required the consideration of that context and, to the extent relevant, local distinctiveness.
It did, and
Yep.
that's where the LVAs have addressed that, but obviously, as I say, there's a disparity between the two parties as to
Yep.
what the outcomes are.
Yeah, I'm going to say, thank you. Relate well to local topography, built form, enhance key landscape features, ensuring their long-term management and maintenance. I take it from what you're saying there is a divergence between what you say and we say, but there is no doubt that those features have been the subject of consideration as part of the application.
They had, well, to an extent, yes. I think whether or not removing every internal hedgerow is retaining or enhancing key landscape features, again, it's a disparity between the two.
Doesn't actually say, you've interpolated another word, retain. What does it say?
Well, it says
retain?
enhance key landscape
Yeah.
features. How are you enhancing it if you remove it entirely?
Yeah, if you enhance key landscape features, you can do that by the introduction of landscape features which are consistent with the landscape nature of the area, can't you?
Theoretically, yes, but if
that's
one
an
of
enhancement.
if one of the key features of an area, though, is the field patterns, and that is entirely lost, then it's not enhancing it under that. I appreciate what you're saying is you put more landscaping in, that can be considered an enhancement.
Yeah.
Again, this comes down to the subjectiveness of which element is being considered, and it was discussed at length, obviously, yesterday by the landscape consultant, and is for the inspector to make a judgment call on.
But we can note that there is no requirement for retention in policy terms here, is there?
It doesn't use the word retention, but again, in terms of enhancing, you can't enhance something if you're entirely removing it.
Well-
What you're doing is replacing, and again, the word replacing isn't in that policy.
No, it is the word enhance, and that actually provides to a decision maker a wide extent of discretion in terms of the evaluation of the proposal, doesn't
Yes, it does.
it? Yeah. Identify key visual impacts on the landscape and townscape, immediate setting, and undertakes appropriate landscaping to reduce these impacts. Again, there may be debates between us as to which views and those matters, but there is not a suggestion, is there, that key visual impacts on landscape, setting and character were not taken account of?
No, the LVIA has dealt with that, but as you say, it's the difference between the two parties again.
Yeah. Aim to either, so this is an option point, isn't it? Conserve, enhance or restore important landscape features in accordance with the latest local and national guidance. So that actually provides, again, a wide measure of discretion, both in terms of the way that a site is laid out and designed, and the features which are conserved or enhanced or restored, so far as is relevant.
Indeed,
Yes.
it doesn't say remove and replace, though. In terms of the comment about the hedgerows.
We're
which is
back to
lost.
the word enhance again, which takes us back to the third bullet point, which we've already agreed provides a wide discretion to the decision taker. Yes?
It's another point which is the open for interpretation of the decision maker as to whether it complies with that or not when it is taken as a whole. The landscaping proposals, that is.
Yep. Penultimate bullet point, habitat biodiversity features. Is there anything in issue in respect of that particular bullet point on a policy point of view?
No, I mean the one older tree has got a TPO on it now and is being protected, the oak, so any scheme which comes forward would have to retain it. And if you'd like me to just elaborate slightly on biodiversity at this point, just for the inspector's benefit,
By all means.
just in terms of where it's at, because I know that's obviously moved along quite a bit. The council don't have the case against biodiversity. It has been agreed by Warwickshire County Council and the appellant. The disagreement was before to do with the figures which were included in the BNG matrix. They have now been agreed, which shows that on other land, as well as the appeal site, which is under control or has option to be under control by the appellant, the benefit or gain can actually be achieved.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Final bullet point, are sensitive to an area's capacity to change, acknowledge cumulative effects, and guard against the potential for coalescence between existing settlements. Just because it's a distinct point, the last, I'll take that first if I may, there's no issue relating to potential for coalescence between existing settlements.
There isn't, no.
And in terms of the sensitive to the area's capacity to change, acknowledge cumulative effects and guard, well, cumulative effects and stop there, that is a matter which essentially was the subject of yesterday's discussion.
It is, yeah. It's the LVIAs and the landscape element, yes.
Indeed, and the extent to which, among other things, the visual impacts or otherwise of the existing Magna Park development and how it relates to this land.
You can't ignore Magna Park, no. It forms part of the landscape setting. But again, as was discussed yesterday, there is notable differences between the east and west sides of the A5, but we don't need to rehearse that again.
Thank you very much. From a policy point of view,
Do you take a minute, Mr. Goatley? No rush.
thank you very much, sir. I only wish, a little bit like Pitt the Younger, that was actually clear port rather than water, but has to do with water, I think, for today, or at least you'll just have to believe that it's water anyway. From a policy point of view, Mr. Weeks, the A5 representing some form of boundary, is there anything within the local plan that indicates the A5 represents some form of boundary for the purposes of a difference of treatment?
Not explicitly within the local plan, but what it does do is it represents the boundary line between two landscape character areas, the one which was in Harborough District in Leicestershire and the one which is in Rugby in Warwickshire. There's different character areas, and therefore it is formed the boundary between those character areas. So the other supporting information does that. I'm not saying it's explicitly set out within the local plan, but again, the local plan is taking the key information and is using the supporting evidence to draw the policies which are actually placed in it.
Yeah, those character areas were drawn up by reference to the administrative boundaries of the areas that they were dealing with, weren't they?
They were, yes.
Yep. There isn't a case of Harborough trying to provide any character assessment for any land beyond its borders, or similarly Rugby and Warwickshire doing the same in respect to the land within its borders.
Not that I'm aware of, but
No.
the character areas of them do give different characteristics, and I'm not going to elaborate beyond that because it's not my specialist area, but the two, yesterday again it was discussed, they are different character areas, they have different characteristics.
Yeah, well, again, it's a matter which, matter for yesterday, with respect to I'm not going to take it up with you. SDC1, Sustainable Design, Actually, I beg your pardon, before I move to SDC1, the matters that we've canvassed in respect of NE3, landscape and protection, none of those are directory of refusal. They are matters essentially for consideration, in this case now by the inspector, on the basis of the material before him.
Yeah, it's not a black and white policy. As with everything landscape, it is subjective to a certain degree, but obviously the council's decision was based upon the statutory consultee's response, and at appeal, the evidence has quite clearly been put forward by Mr. Wakefield yesterday to support why they consider, or why it's considered that policy NE3 is conflicted with by this proposal.
Yeah, well, we've heard that, and we've heard, among other things, obviously when the first initial landscape consultation was taken with the council's own officer, that did not give rise to an objection.
It didn't, I don't believe, no. But,
I mean, that's a matter of history, but just in terms of context, given that you wish to elaborate, just thought I'd just clarify your elaboration.
Obviously, there's various people which did pass comments on this.
Yeah.
The weight which is afforded to the various comments, you can argue would depend upon the different stages at which they were actually made, and the quantity of information which is before the inspector.
Yep, and I'm sure a whole variety of things in terms of their acuity of knowledge of the locality as opposed to someone from the county. There's a whole range of different features that one can
We could debate it all day.
debate on, but entertaining as I'm sure that may be, I'm going to pass on. SDC1, if I may, sustainable design. All development will demonstrate high quality, inclusive and sustainable design, and new development will only be supported by the proposals of a scale, density and design that responds to the character of the areas in which they are situated. All development should aim to add to the overall quality areas in which they are situated. Factors including massing height, landscape, layout, materials and access should also be key consideration in the determination of planning applications. Proposals for new development will ensure the living conditions of existing and future occupiers are safeguarded. Again, I'm going to take the last of those first just to knock it off. There's no issue between us in respect to the last paragraph there.
No, the only issue to any residential amenities are the farmhouse, which is under the control of the appellant, so it's able to be dealt with and therefore not a material consideration, if that's the right phraseology.
So returning back to the outset of the policy, demonstrating high quality, inclusive and sustainable design, it's right to observe that this is an outline application.
It is. I was going to say, just for clarity, it's possibly worthwhile just saying, obviously there are a number of other paragraphs within this policy. They all relate to housing and or are relevant to this appeal decision, just for clarity there.
I'm grateful. Thank you for that. So just focusing on what we need to be focusing on.
Yes, entirely. It's more just so that we've got the complete picture and not just someone is thinking, why have they not dealt with the other 5 paragraphs?
Yeah. That's, I'm sure you would. So far as design is concerned, that ultimately is a matter for the reserved matter stage.
The design is, yes, but obviously there's the other layout and massing and heights and everything which forms part of this, and obviously and landscaping. So there's a number of key aspects within that which are of relevance at this stage, but the specific design of the buildings, no.
No, and I say I'm just trying to break down what we need to focus on, and will only be supported by the proposals of a scale, density, and design. I think the same point on design fits there. So we'll come back to these points, but just highlighting them at the moment. Scale and density responds to the character of the areas in which they're situated. Now, in terms of responding to character, there is a difference between us. We know there's a difference between us in terms of these matters. And again, not going to trespass on the discussions that have already occurred, but so far as those character of the areas, you're aware that so far as both Pegasus and also Mr. Ingham was concerned, they consider this, among other things, a transitional area. Secondly, they also say, as you have, I think, fairly identified, one can't ignore Magna Park, which is immediately on the east side of the A5. Yes?
That is correct, yes.
Yep.
That's
and it'll be a matter for the inspector, having heard what was said yesterday, as to whether or not, in terms of informing that, responding to the character of the area, that which is proposed is something which is at variance with the character of the area or not. Yes?
Yes, it's based upon the landscape evidence from yesterday and, as you say, something which the inspector can draw a judgment on when he does his site visit.
So far as density is concerned, can I understand, is there any discrete point on density that arises, whether regarding the proving example or anything else, to indicate there's a discrete density issue? I know you've got a scale issue, which we've just canvassed.
There isn't a particular issue from the density perspective, no. It's obviously just whether or not the site is capable of accommodating it.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to some of those things. To add to the overall quality of the areas in which they're situated, again, that is a subjective assessment for the inspector, having regard to a basket of features, including, among other things, the need for accommodating this form of development.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. Factors including massing, height, landscape, layout, materials and access should also be a key consideration in the determination of planning applications. So far as massing height is concerned, to the extent relevant, we do have the benefit of the parameter plans. Yes?
We do, and obviously that sets the height limitations and the maximum floor areas which can be provided. Obviously, you then have the proving layout, the latest one obviously provided this morning, which is showing the suggested way in which that could occur and therefore the size of the buildings which are provided, and obviously the number of the buildings.
Which may be less than that.
It may be, but obviously it's the information that's being put forward to the inspector, so he's got to have some consideration as to how the site can come forward and obviously what the impact would be of said buildings.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he has to understand what is the animal that's being talked of, even if it's not quite the
exactly. And I mean, it's exactly that form which has underpinned the visualisations yesterday, which was looked at. So I think it's the only approach which could be taken. It's the approach which is taken on all appeals where this comes up as a matter.
Now, quite a lot of work has been done to indicate how landscape will be provided for, but as I understand, landscape remains a reserved matter.
Landscape, the full details will be a reserved matter, yes.
Yeah. Layout?
Will be a reserved matter, but obviously in accordance with the parameters plans for both those points.
Materials, well, that's probably a conditions matter.
It will be a conditions, yeah.
Yeah. Access is a matter, and that's a matter which is before us at the moment. As I understand it, the access as such is not a matter which is a matter of contention.
No. The access itself is not a matter of contention. Highways are content that it can be delivered safely in the design provided, but obviously what it does do is it gives you the landscape impact in terms of the roundabout being necessary and the views which go into it, and that's obviously a relevant aspect to any decision. Yeah,
again, not to retrespass yesterday. Mm-hmm. So those are the two policies, neither of which are directory of refusal, both of which are permissive in terms of grant, depending upon the evaluation undertaken by the inspector, including, among other things, factors of need.
They are, but isn't that how policies have to be written to be NPPF compliant? They have to be positively worded. So it doesn't surprise me that they are written in that way. It just suggests that they are sensibly worded policies.
Yeah, and sometimes they are written that way. Sometimes they're not. But of course, the NPPF itself also contains negatively framed policies for the purposes of framing policies that may be adopted by local plans.
Indeed, that's not the question or the answer I gave, though, is it?
No.
But yes, so I do appreciate the NPPF has positive and negative elements within it.
So the NPPF itself is permissive of a negative formulation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so we don't have that here. Okay.
I think what is possibly just worthwhile as a quick mention here is that these two policies I know are debated or considered in respect of the proof which has been provided by Mr. Holmes. And I can take you to the reference if you'd like me to, but he has actually indicated that both are compliant with the NPPF. Yeah. I think I might be stepping on your toes with a later question, but...
no, that's not stepping on any toes at all. I was simply dealing with your observations in respect of that, lest that obviously take flight in a way which is undesirable. Okay, that's where we are with regard to the development plan, which is otherwise silent. Now, Mr. Holmes's principal assessment is that there is conformity with the development plan.
Yes.
If for whatever reason the inspector were to consider there was any conflict, whether in part or otherwise, with aspects of the development plan within those policies, then he would need to carry out the relevant assessment within paragraph 11 of the NPPF, wouldn't he?
Yes, that's correct.
And having regard to that, that needs looking at the policies most important to the determination of the application and whether or not the plan is out of date. Yes?
That is correct, although I know, as has been indicated, the plan is only 3 years old. No, technically just 4, because we've dipped into 2023, so it's not a particularly old plan. And the policies have been noted as being in conformity, which are the main ones of relevance. So I think certainly we're not in a situation where it's a tilted balance situation.
If we have a look at 11D for decision taking, where there are no relevant development plan policies, there's no relevant development plan policy dealing with lorry parking, is there?
There's policies which allow other uses to come forward in the countryside, and there are other policies which go to the heart of the proposal in the sense of protecting the countryside and the countryside impact. They are relevant policies, and therefore the decision is very much needing to be based upon those other policies which have been noted as being consistent and not out of date, and therefore I don't think that there are no relevant development plan policies. Just the slight absence of anything specifically saying truck stops does not mean that the entire development plan can be considered out of date and the tilted balance engaged.
Forgive me, I haven't suggested the whole development plan is out of date. Don't think any of my questions have said that, have they?
It wasn't exactly what you said, no.
It's not what I said at all.
No. Would you like to re-ask your question then, if I've answered a different way?
No, I'll ask my own questions, but just looking at 11D, you are, I take, familiar with 11D, of the NPPF?
Yeah.
Where there are no relevant development plan policies, I'm not saying there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies most important for determining the application are out of date. If there is a policy which doesn't take account and doesn't explicitly deal with, among other things, paragraph 109 of the NPPF, then it will be a matter upon which the inspector will have to consider whether or not the basket of policies before him, in fact, are on point for the determination of this particular proposal. Yes?
It is a decision for the inspector to make. Looking at paragraph 109 though, its wording, if I just read it, is planning policies and decisions should recognise the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities, taking account of any local shortages. Leave it there. The other parts essentially not relevant for the point I'm going to make.
Yeah.
It doesn't explicitly say that local plans have to provide for them. It just has recognition for. The policy, as worded in GP2, allows for other acceptable uses as allowed by the NPPF. That's suggesting that there is a need for them. If an application comes forward, policy GP2, sorry if I can get my letters out, illustrates that you can have such proposals coming forward. So it's not explicitly stated, but in terms of how the policies are dealt with for that use, I think GP2 covers that. And paragraph 109, whilst it says that it should recognise, it doesn't say must provide. It's very much suggesting that there is a requirement to make sure that something is dealt with in an appropriate way as or when proposals come forward.
Yeah. I recognise the way that you have sought to utilise GP2, and that's obviously a matter for the inspector to deliberate upon, but there is no recognition, to use a derivative of the term recognise, in making the policy or anything that seeks to identify as well as recognise the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities. It's not recognising providing them, it's the importance of providing them. There is nothing which indicates that the plan recognises the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities. That's correct, isn't it?
It doesn't explicitly state that in the policy, no, but
Well,
obviously that's where this paragraph is saying planning policies and decisions, but I appreciate we are talking about policy here, but it's the way in which the policy has been worded. As I said, there's lots of other uses which come forward, and different uses appear all the time, I know, and slight difference of use, but battery storage is a fairly new use. I suspect the vast majority of plans haven't got any relevance to that. In Rugby, it would still fall under that clause. It wouldn't necessarily mean that the plan has not adequately accommodated the flexibility to meet the needs of such facilities.
I'm not going to go to battery storage, but we can agree, can't we? There is nothing that the inspector can look at in the plan which indicates that the plan recognises the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities.
It doesn't explicitly state anything on that, no.
Is there anything which recognises it? Is any phrase, any paragraph that recognises it as a discrete issue that is in paragraph 109 of the NPPF?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Is there anything within the plan that indicates that there's been any taking account of any local shortages?
Not that I am aware of.
Is there anything in the plan that indicates that there's been a recognition of the desirability of reducing the risk of parking in locations that lack proper facilities or could cause a nuisance?
No.
No. So from that point of view, because this is, paragraph 109 constitutes national policy, doesn't it?
It does.
And there is, to that extent, if we are looking at this issue, there is something in national policy which is simply not reflected in the local plan, correct?
To that extent, yes.
Yeah.
But I know I've already covered how it is dealt with by the council and the policies with flexibility.
Yeah, I got your view on flexibility, but for the purposes of the exercise of paragraph 11D, the inspector has to grapple with whether or not there is some form of policy vacuum for the purposes of this exercise. And if he reaches the view that in the light of the matters which we have discussed, there is no relevant policy in that respect, then he would be fully entitled, wouldn't he, to say that in a matter which is most important to determining the application, that the policy suite at the moment is out of date.
I think that would be a very unreasonable approach to actually conclude, for the fact that, as I sort of tried to infer, there are hundreds of uses which do not have specific policies written for them. What the local plan has done is sought to actually address it in a way which gives the flexibility for these other uses to come forward, and in particular then paragraph 109, it references planning policies and decisions. Now where the local plan doesn't have a specific policy explicitly dealing with HGV parking, the decisions which have come forward have dealt with that matter against the policies. They've had reference to the NPPF and the local plan, and has actually discussed things in the round and in balance. And as I said, we have had other sites within Rugby which have been approved against the same policies.
But, with respect, that's this is what we do, not a question of whether or not that follows the policy approach, which I'm exploring with you.
Mm-hmm.
As one of my old law partners used to say, that's something of the million lemmings can't be wrong argument. It doesn't necessarily act as a compelling narrative for the purposes of what you should be doing in future. When one looks at what we're dealing with here, there is nothing within GP2 or otherwise that contains anything for the recognition of the importance which we've just referred to and we've just asked and answered questions on, is there?
There isn't.
No.
But I think it's fair to also say that that is not the only aspect which needs to be considered as part of this proposal.
Forgive me, I haven't suggested that it is the only one. Again, I've just spent, I don't know how many minutes going through, among other things, the landscape protection and design policies, which you can cite it in the decision notice, haven't I?
You have, yes.
Yeah. I've not suggested they are irrelevant, have I?
You haven't, no.
No. What I am suggesting to you is that we have an out-of-datedness point because there is nothing within the plan which recognises the importance of lorry parking. Yes?
I think we've obviously got slight difference of opinions in terms of how that should be interpreted, and it's a decision ultimately for the inspector to reach the conclusion on.
Yeah. And he's fully entitled to do so, isn't he?
Yes, that's the whole role of the inspector, yes.
Yeah. Not only entitled to, he's actually obliged to.
Indeed.
There's nothing, is there, within the caveat components of items Roman 1 or Roman 2 that tells against the proposal, is there?
You'll mean
In D, 11D.
7 and 8. In paragraph 11D, are we talking about here?
11D,
Yes.
11D1.
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. Apologies. I thought you were talking about the footnotes there. No.
And so, so far as adverse impacts within 2, when carrying out that balance, if the inspector is in the world of carrying out that balance, if he is not within 11C, but is dealing with 11D,
Yeah.
then in these circumstances, you don't suggest, do you, that the adverse impacts would so significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies and the framework taken as a whole?
No.
So the tilted balance in that world would be engaged and would fairly apply favourably to the consideration of the application.
It would, subject to obviously the inspector's judgment calls
Yep.
on these points and whether or not it's considered it is engaged, and we've already covered that, I don't think
Yep.
it is.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Now, we've looked at the NPPF, paragraph 109. That obviously contains the 2021 version of the policy, albeit it's almost indistinguishable to paragraph 107 of the 2019 version. So far as the policy matrix at the moment is concerned, we've also got, among other things, the written ministerial statement, haven't we, from the 8th of November 21, which is CDS 10.
Okay, so let me turn that up. We do, yes, that's relevant. Yeah, it's material consideration.
Well, in fact, it's a matter of policy, isn't it?
Yeah, but policy which isn't the development plan is material consideration if you go back to the wording of the
Yep.
Act.
So it's national policy of understand. So when we're looking, beg your pardon, I've taken the point on from beyond the NPPF being
Yeah.
national policy to another aspect
Yeah.
of national policy, which is contained here.
Mm-hmm.
That is indicating, again, the importance and priority, indeed, to use the term of the then Secretary of State. I'll just use the term then Secretary of State because I think that applies to almost all who have been in any relevant role recently. But to emphasise the critical importance of the freight and logistics sector. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that, in the second paragraph, the infrastructure that supports our hauliers is essential to the effective and resilient supply chains we need. The government is committed to addressing the strategic national need for more lorry parking and better services in lorry parks. That's a twofold aspect, isn't it?
It is, yes.
More lorry
It says
parking,
more and better facilities,
better,
yes.
indeed. And to give some time aspect to it, we must act now.
That's what it states, yes.
That's obviously the operative policy context that we must all operate under. Would you agree?
Yes.
Now, the next paragraph went on to deal with short-term measures, temporary sites, perhaps modular facilities, and encouraging national highways to look at their land, to look to provide parking spaces, and to give priority to the provision of lorry parking across the strategic road network and assist local authorities in identifying areas of lorry parking need. Now we have at the moment the benefit of the 2017 study, the 2022 study, and indeed, but beyond the scope of this inquiry, there's going to be a further 2023 output as well.
Yeah, as you say, we haven't got it yet, though.
Yep. The next is a reiteration of the NPPF policy, and then dealing with distribution centres to make provision for sufficient lorry parking to cater for their anticipated use. Matter I'll come back to in due course in detail, but in respect of Magna Park, up until the most recent proposals, has sufficient lorry parking space for overnight lorry parking been provided at Magna Park in your assessment?
On Magna Park, no.
No. So whatever's coming forward has to be both backward looking at the extent of that which has been not provided hitherto, and to whatever extent forward looking as to whatever is required for the new development.
Yes, it needs to cover the first phases of the buildings which have been approved from the 2015 approvals, as well as those which haven't been built yet.
Yeah, well, we'll come back to, say, the detail of that in that. Now, there's in the penultimate paragraph, the Secretary of State refers to the need for a reliable and efficient supply chain has recently come into sharp focus. That was because during the middle part of 2021, many parts of the country ran out of elements of food, various other necessities, and in particular fuel, because of a specific shortage of HGV drivers, didn't it?
They did, I think, in fairness, during COVID times. I think we can say it's exceptional circumstances for every sector. But I'm not denying the statement you've just made there.
Yeah. But we'll come on in due course to look at the future of freight and indeed the Transport Select Committee observations. But that was the context that there was a specific shortfall, and remember, shortfall of HGV drivers post-lockdown. There were other restraints upon what people did, but it was post-lockdown. It was in the year following. That's when the crisis occurred, wasn't it?
That's when the main crisis hit, yes. I mean, there were other elements before then, I think, in terms of supply chain issues, but that may well have been driven by consumer demand rather than other elements.
Or indeed government demand for various items which may or may not have been necessary, but there we go. We'll park that one for the moment. So far as that's the written ministerial statement, again part of the policy matrix upon which the inspector needs to act. Would you agree?
Yes.
No. Thank you very much. Now part of the informed approach to this, would you agree, is CDS 11, the Commons Transport Select Committee report entitled Road Freight Supply Chain, June 2022. That's CDS 11.
June 22, yes. Yeah.
Now, that as a document, that is a matter, would you agree, the inspector ought to take specific cognizance of?
Yes, it's another central government document setting out comments on road freight. So yes.
Yeah. To be fair, and just so that there's no misunderstanding, it's not a government document; it's a parliamentary document.
Sorry, yes.
Albeit that they took evidence from, among other things, the government ministers in arriving at that. Is there anything about this particular document with which you take issue?
Not exceptionally, no.
Yeah.
It's
Perhaps we can just
Yeah.
light upon some items. Thank you for that. Paragraph 9, I'm looking at the PDF version, which is PDF page 10 of 43. This is the in bold text, which indicates a number of the concerns they have. A lack of HGV drivers has concerned government and industry for more than a decade. Too few people want to work in the sector, and retention rate for those who become drivers is low. COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated those trends, turning a chronic problem into an acute one. The acute shortage may now be abating, but it's unclear whether progress and capacity will be sustained. That's a fair observation, isn't it?
it's something I can't pass particular comment on. How many HGV drivers are needed versus what's there, or why there are or aren't the HGV drivers. It's obviously going to be quite a complex thing, but obviously that is the conclusion which they've stated there. I have no reason to disagree with that paragraph.
Well, they've looked at, among other things, a whole raft of things in terms of training, in terms of pay rates, in terms of the means by which that they are passed, are able to pass relevant tests. So I'm going to pass over those matters because those, I think, go beyond the scope of this inquiry, albeit, to be fair, they are part of a wide-ranging picture of factors that indicated why there was such an acute and chronic shortage.
In part, I think whether or not we are or aren't in the EU may also play an influence, because there seems to be a number of non-English HGV drivers who may have opted to go home. But again,
Indeed, although
it's all of these things which is speculation. I'm not suggesting they've got any proof to that effect.
No, although it would appear from the 2022 study that lots of people are still, as foreign drivers, habitating to these shores. Indeed, it
I'm
would
not
appear an
suggesting
increasing
everybody.
number.
We haven't put our barriers up around the country, have we?
I don't know. You'll have to take that up with the Home Secretary. Came from my chambers, but there we go. Driver facilities, paragraph 30 and following. This is the area which is directly on point. Would you agree?
Yes.
And what is required there, we see in the latter part of that particular paragraph about the problems about having sufficient, safe, secure overnight parking, and indeed that to be described as crucial, that it's not a new problem. Talking back to the 2017 study, which we'll come to in due course, we had evidence there were far too few parking spaces for people. We could have done something about it. My one plea would be, please, can we do something about parking with the government? That appears to be the gist of the issue. And then we see the recognition, among other things, about what will be done by government. Paragraphs 33 and in particular 34, which is the Minister recognising the importance of increasing HGV parking capacity, which she described as a very challenging and multifaceted issue, and stated, doubtless helpfully, that she was not ruling out anything when it comes to lorry parking. That would tend to indicate rather more of a desperate approach on the part of government to do something. Would you agree?
Your phrase, she's not ruling out anything. Could you point me to?
It's on paragraph 34.
Yep, third line down. Yeah, I mean, she does say that, yes.
Yeah, and that would be, it would be fair to infer from that that was an aspect of a government which is desperate to alter materially the extent to which there is HGV parking capacity.
It wants to change the position, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think
And
the
in the
council
manner
have
that I've
argued or not.
identified. Among other things, she emphasised the need to reach new agreement with local authorities which manage roads and grant planning permission. Then there were various measures, including, among other things, the second bullet point, a new lorry parking survey to truly understand where the facilities are and where we're lacking things Initial findings, May 22, final report, January 23. I think both of those are subject to a bit of slippage, but we do have the 2022 study.
It was slightly later than May, so suggestion probably it's going to be middle of this year before we
Yeah.
get the 23 version.
Anything's possible. I rule nothing out. Moving on, if we may, to the following page, it's within paragraph 34, heading to paragraph 35, and that's in context of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Do you have that?
Yes.
First reading 11th of May includes plan to enable the right infrastructure to come forward where it is needed. That would appear, by reason of the way that that was explained by the then Secretary of State for Transport in context of this Commons Select Committee inquiry, that was intended to have effect in context of these matters. So it's a matter that is now sufficiently serious that it's actually reaching the level of primary legislation.
If it's being referred to within the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, yes. I mean, there's lots of elements which are incorporated within that.
Yeah, indeed. Which, again, little like you're dealing with the policy a few moments ago, we don't need to go to. If we look to paragraph 35, clear conclusion, overnight parking facilities for HGV drivers are insufficient, especially on key road freight routes. This lack of capacity is not new. The department's previous lorry parking survey identified it 5 years ago. That gives an even greater imperative to resolving the matters. Would you agree?
Yes. What it is saying, though, is obviously you can use the 2017 study to identify, obviously, where that parking additional need was at that time, and obviously we've now got the 22 study, which moves it further forward. But it is saying that yes, there needs to be more facilities, particularly on key freight routes.
Well, we'll certainly look at the 2017 study, and it would appear, italicised, the government should use the findings of the current, that's the 2022 lorry parking survey, to set regional targets for building additional parking capacity.
And presumably that's what's going to come through in the next revision, because it's obviously not included within the 22 survey at this stage.
Well, the 2022 didn't itself come up with a formulation for dealing with matters, did it?
No.
No. It was effectively reporting in a normative sense rather than setting out any particular prescription, which was slightly different to 2017.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a moment. Thank you. Then there's essentially wanting to keep the government under a tight leash about how these reforms would come forward. This is paragraph both 37 and 38, italicised, about the government must reform national planning policy to ensure that more driver facilities which are fit for purpose and industry leading. What would you understand as both fit for purpose and industry leading would mean?
Well, meeting the needs of the industry and the drivers, and making sure that it's at the forefront of providing the facilities, both in terms of the quality and quantity, which is needed.
Thank you very much. Then the government must make an assessment as to whether the demand for new facilities can be delivered with only light reform. If it cannot, the government should seek to take this dilemma from local authorities and local plans and place the responsibility at the central level. This would rightly recognise these facilities as key national infrastructure assets. Is that a fair way of describing them, key national infrastructure assets?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Again, that highlights the significance attributable to meeting these particular policy drivers, yes?
In part, yes.
Well, in part not. How that?
Well, again, it's one of these things of these facilities. It depends on where they are needed, i.e. to suggest within the whole country that all facilities coming forward are national infrastructure projects. If we were trying to put something up in the top end of Cumbria, where clearly you haven't got very many transport vehicles moving by and there wasn't a need,
I'm not
would
so
it be
sure-
useful?
I'm not so sure that that's right, actually, having acted for the motorway service area operator up in that neck of the woods.
I was using that just as an example. Obviously, I haven't got all those full statistics, but you know the point I mean.
Well,
It wouldn't necessarily be key requirements across the whole of the country, and potentially it would depend upon the facilities coming forward. I'm sure they would have some size or quality parameters within it as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to quality, and particular attribute there of improving quality. Paragraph 39 tells us about the MSA operators and what they as a minimum are required to provide, and what the charges are. And then in paragraph 40, we heard mixed views about the quality of managed facilities from HGV drivers. Some criticised poor washing facilities, citing dirty or vandalised showers. Others called for improved security to protect their vehicles from thieves. Then there was a question about a transport focus survey, albeit from 2020, about what were less satisfactory as far as users. New survey that was being launched. Poor facilities, they tell us, make it harder for the sector to attract and retain drivers. And it's Mr. Richardson, who I think is from the transport industry, said that we're still lagging behind some of our mainland Europe competitors, contrasting the quality of UK facilities unfavourably with those in France. That's not something with which you take issue, I take it.
I don't know what the quality of them are in France, so I have to take his statement as yes, correct.
Paragraph 41 about looking for mandatory or prescriptive requirements, and that was something that the Minister was perhaps looking carefully at for minimum standards. Bronze, silver, gold, or whatever you like to call it, so we'll find out what that might be in due course. Paragraph 42, HGV drivers need safe and secure places to stop, to rest and recuperate. Drivers told us too often the facilities available to them were unfit for purpose. Rest facilities must be improved if more drivers remain in the sector. The clear call to government to set minimum standards to cover security to protect drivers and their vehicles, availability of cleanliness of toilet and shower facilities, food options, including healthy choices, and sufficient provision for female drivers. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, you don't take any issue away from any of those.
No.
Now, a number of other paragraphs which doubtless you've read, and I'll leave to the inspector if he's not already read them. If we go to paragraph 51, HGV drivers should not park overnight in laybys or other unsuitable locations. It leaves drivers vulnerable to crime and is not conducive to rest and recuperation. Yet some drivers are forced to do this as managed facilities are full, while others choose to, either to save money or because the available facilities are poor. The only way to tackle HGV parking in laybys is to build new facilities and upgrade existing ones to ensure there are enough spaces for all drivers. Only when drivers are not able to argue that there's nowhere else to park should penalties for parking away from managed facilities be increased. Do you take any issue with anything which is there instated?
Well, I think the 2022 assessment, which was undertaken, had a survey of lorry drivers within it.
I'll come back to
And
that.
a lot of those preferred laybys and industrial estates. So I think essentially, even if you've got the facilities available, unless it is made illegal for them to park in laybys and on industrial estates, you will still get some people who choose to do that.
Yeah, that may be, what I'm asking is, do you disagree with the conclusions of the Transport Select Committee, which took the evidence of all of those stakeholder parties, including government, in the terms that they arrived at in paragraph 51?
I would to an extent, yes. As I say, it leaves the driver vulnerable to crime, potentially, because they are on the road, but not conducive to rest and recuperation. It's a choice for a lot of the drivers where they choose to actually be in lay-bys. They can still sleep there, it's their choice. They have the facilities within the cabs. I'm not saying it is as luxurious or spacious as being in a hotel room, but not every lorry driver would have the ability to stay in a hotel every night, even on the scheme which is proposed for us. We've got 293 lorry parking spaces and around 50, I think it is, expected hotel spaces.
Yeah.
So only a sixth could do it even in that. So the concept to suggest that you can't sleep in your cab, I don't agree with, and clearly most of the truck, or half of the trucking world, would disagree as well, clearly by saying that they're happy to be off-site.
Not quite. We'll come back to the 22 study, because I don't think that's a correct representation of it, but we'll come back to that in a moment. This is the conclusions of a House of Commons Transport Select Committee with the benefit of all of those inputs. Undesirability, parking in lay-bys or other unsuitable locations. Leave out question of driver choice for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Quite clear that so far as the Transport Select Committee was concerned, that is undesirable, isn't it?
That is what they've stated there. That's obviously not the same conclusions which is put in terms of the comments, again, in the 22 assessment.
I'll come to that in a moment. I think you're wrong, but we'll come to that in a moment. It leaves drivers vulnerable to crime. If you're not within a secure location, you're vulnerable to crime, aren't you?
Yes, because that's also true of a lot of the lorry parks which are around in
If
the
they are a
country.
secured lorry park, label 5,
Mm-hmm.
there is no indication that they are vulnerable to crime, is there?
It's minimising the risk of crime.
Well, everything is with a view to minimising the risk of crime. Do you indicate that there is an issue with vulnerability to crime if you are parked in a label 5 facility?
No.
Do you have evidence that sleeping in your cab is conducive to rest and recuperation as compared to the sort of facilities which we are proposing here?
No, but as I said, obviously most of the drivers which would even be on this site would still be sleeping in their cabs, so it's exactly comparable then.
Yeah, let me just lay one thing to rest. We are not suggesting that we are meeting the entirety of the national need, or indeed even all the regional need. We are helping to meet the need. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. The reason why we are helping to meet the need is an absence of facilities, isn't it?
A lack of facilities to meet the demand, yes.
And among the features, some drivers are forced to do it because the managed facilities are full.
More than likely, yes.
We know about those who might be trying to save money or whatever, but some of them is because the available facilities are poor. That would not be an allegation in principle that could be properly levied at this particular proposal. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
The thesis, giving rise to a very clear recommendation from the Transport Select Committee, is the only way to tackle HGV parking in lay-bys is to build new facilities and upgrade existing ones to ensure there are enough spaces for all drivers. That, as a matter of logic, must be correct, mustn't it?
If they do not want anybody parking off-site, yes.
And that's very clearly their view, isn't it?
That's what the opening line says on there, yes.
Is there anything to indicate that government take a different view to that?
Not which is explicitly stated anywhere, no. But as I said, obviously the survey is suggesting that they were undetermined on it.
So far as government is concerned, government, if they don't like a select committee report, they can actually issue what amounts to a dissenting view in a written ministerial statement or otherwise, to the effect of, we hear what you say, but we're not going to do it. There's been nothing in that variety in context of this Transport Select Committee report, has there?
No.
And the reason why the approach is being taken is it's only when drivers are able to argue that there's nowhere else to park should penalties for parking away from managed facilities be increased. So they've actually set out we can't really have a go at existing drivers and move them on in circumstances where you're moving them on too, because there aren't enough facilities. If there are enough facilities, then the police would have the opportunity to do so, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Thank you. That, I think, deals with S11. Now, for a matter of completeness, in context of the Transport Select Committee, there was a further report in September. I don't think anything specifically turns on that beyond the matters that we've identified. Is that a document that you would otherwise wish to go to?
Which core document are you referring to there?
Forgive me. S29.
Just bear with me a moment. Scan.
I don't think there's anything that's in there that indicates there's any dissension from
No.
from government in respect of that June report. Would that be fair?
No, there doesn't seem to be anything which disagrees with it.
So far as government, in terms of its response, is effectively on the same page in respect of that issue.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now, I said we would come to the 2017 study, as indeed we shall. Now, in terms of the material that we have before us of a technical variety, we have, and I'm just going to identify what are going to be the relevant components that we may want to look at. Not only the 2017 study, we also have the 2022 study, and we also have the benefit of the PJA note
We
from
do,
2022. Those are all relevant for the purposes of our evaluation. Would you agree?
Yes.
Now, I note within your proof of evidence, forgive me, let me just give you a reference for that. You've referred to the West Midlands freight strategy.
Mm-hmm.
You do this, I think, in your paragraph 629.
6.9.
6.29.
6.29.
Just wanting to understand in the firmament of material before the inspector, that which is in the West Midlands freight strategy, and that's CDS5.
Mm-hmm. Would you like me to turn that up?
Please do.
Is it part
I
one
think
or part
hopefully we've
two?
got a part one and a part two.
Yeah.
Someone's helpfully sort of split those for us. Starting off with that which is in 5.1.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the freight strategy is concerned, this is dealing with material that was generated by means of a survey in 2005. Would you agree?
It does date back to information from that day, yes.
Yeah. So that is the most up-to-date survey that we have that has informed this particular exercise.
Yes, because this, as a report dated December 2016, obviously predates the 2017/18 assessment which was
Yeah.
undertaken.
But indeed, in terms of its evidence base, that was something which is, and it's just a matter of fact, dates from 2005. That's now 17/18 years ago.
Yes.
Would you agree that certainly as compared to the material provided on the PJA note and the 2017 and 2022 studies, we should prefer those studies for the purposes of understanding what we're doing?
Yes. The 22 assessment is more relevant in terms of the need now.
And if you want the dating, sir, as to why it's 2005, it's paragraph 6.5.5, and that's in CD 5.2.
Sorry, can I make a note of that paragraph again?
Certainly, CD 5.2,
Yeah.
and it's paragraph 6.5.5, which refers to the West Midlands Regional Lorry Parking Study from 2005.
Okay, thank you.
So far as the West Midlands study is concerned, we can pretty much put that one on one side, can't we, and look to the 2017, 2022 and PJA material.
Yes, they're the key ones to be looking at.
Yeah. Now, starting with, if we may, the S6, which is the National Survey of Lorry Parking. I think the previous exercise that had been undertaken was back in about 2010, and this was a new exercise that was initiated by the Department for Transport.
Yes.
If I can ask you please to look at the executive summary of CDS6. To start with, I think the PDF pages essentially follow those which are the document pages, but I can't rely on that. But I am going to be going off whatever the PDF pages are, but I think there's a lack of numbering.
There isn't any numbering on the executive
On the
summary, but
executive
there is for
summary.
the rest of it.
There is,
Yeah.
the executive, because in fact the executive summary takes up, I think, the first 12 pages, and then we start with the introduction, which is on page 13. Hence the reason why the PDF numbers and the other numbers, I think, all work together.
Yep.
Okay. So within the executive summary, it sets out the aim of the study was to provide information on the current capacity and looked at sites for lorry parking within 5 kilometres of the entire SRN network.
Yes.
It looked at a range of sites, lorry parks, motorway service areas, industrial retail estates and lay-bys. Yep.
Yes.
And looking at what we had by way of vehicles recorded, including we'll see in the second bullet point, sub-point, that 25% of the vehicles counted making overnight stops were foreign registered in compared to 3.3% of total UK. Yep.
Yes.
Highlighting the regions with the particular problems, we'll see that both East and West Midlands are specifically cited, and figure E1 sets out the nature of those problems.
Yep, they are included along with a number of other regions.
Yep. No, it's a national problem. It's just that it's not that this is a case where there's a heat map deficiency. It's not like, for instance, the Northeast.
No.
No. Move on to the on-site parking, and what it tells us is about on-site useful indicator of capacity is struggling to meet demand, and then a categorization system which they created of equal or greater than 85%, difficult for drivers to find parking spaces, and that's in a practical sense considered to be full.
Yep, that's T-Will E1, yes.
Yep. And then 70% utilisation is increasingly serious level where drivers have to search carefully for spaces. Now that becomes difficult because drivers are making route choice elections and elections at particular times, perhaps during their working driving hours, where they're going to go and where they're going to park up. And it presents problems if first place they go to is full, second place they go to is full, their options start to run out. Yep.
Yes.
Now, as we see referred to again on that third page, the one dealing with on-site parking, sometimes the utilisation rates is over 100%. And indeed, we'll come on to in due course, the highest recorded was 305%. And the explanation is that they were being parked in spaces not designed suitable for lorry parking. They could be in car or coach parking spaces, slip roads leading to off-site parking locations or curbsides. So essentially a series of undesirable locations.
Yes. I mean, obviously there doesn't specify where that location is.
No, this is effectively an executive summary
Yeah.
for that. Then on the next page, which is page 7, it's referring to the comparisons against the previous study. And effectively, the numbers parked overnight, there's increase of over a third since 2010, increase in on-site spaces, but also a greater number of regions with high utilisation. Then on facilities and price and the lorry park rating basis, they use something slightly different to label, but they nonetheless indicate a sort of rating system.
Yes, I think it's similar.
It's
to label,
similar.
isn't it?
But we see that most basic on that was toilets, come as a relief, literally, to a doubtless number of drivers. 2, toilets and a cafe, which is basic medium rest area, truck drivers, place to park and access basic machineries, facilities, amenities. Thirdly, toilet shower cafe, which is medium level. 4, toilets, lighting, shower, cafe and security fence. And then the category 5, toilets, lighting, shower, cafe, security fence, accommodation and CCTV. So it's only by meeting all of those that you're reaching the top level.
Yes, that's correct.
And that we just have to bear in mind the views of the Common Select Committee with which we were agreed, which is looking to have industry-leading facilities. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Hotspots, if we can then look to page 9 of 111. And we'll come to the detail of this with a little bit more granularity in a moment. But we see the East Midlands was the region with the greatest number of vehicles parking off-site in 2017, 42%. And then helpfully on the next page, 10, there's a heat map for off-site parking. And that again shows essentially the very locations with which we are engaged being with the high density for that heat map.
Can I just correct you there? The North East had the highest percentage off-site at 63. I know it's a semantical one. The figure you gave for East Midlands is correct, but it's not the highest one on that table of E6.
No, it's the highest number of vehicles, which is, I think,
So,
1264, and that translated to 42%.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So-
not the highest percentage.
No, not the
so
highest
it's most
percentage.
most number of vehicles, but obviously, as we've said, it's the Midlands in the middle of the country, as the name would suggest. There's a lot more traffic which passes through it as a result for distribution to other areas.
Yeah. Now, moving forward on that, we see something on page 12, the estimation of additional parking required. And this appears to have been an ACOM exercise. We've developed immediate and long-term responses. So it's essentially suggestion advice to DFT, which could be used to progress developments in increasing lorry parking capacity. The immediate response is focused on specific lorry parking locations that are currently at critical capacity over 85%, whereas the long-term estimations are based on all overnight parking compared with current capacity. This considers a situation where all overnight parking occurs on site. So we then have a table E8, which has been created to aid response decisions, and it came up with two aspects: theoretical and practical. And there, among other things, we've got that 85% capacity. So in reality, if you have sites at 85% capacity, what should be, or above, one should be anticipating that essentially there should be a rebalancing or redistribution beyond that. For the reasons which we've just already canvassed about drivers having to make route elections, that may be problematic.
Well, yeah, you don't want to have sites operating above 85% ideally, so that everybody can get in to their chosen place to park.
Yeah, indeed, they don't want them operating above 70%, but they, for the purposes of an immediate response, what might be described as a triage approach to what might be contemplated in 2017, it essentially came up with this immediate response.
Well, that was the approach which was being tabled, yes.
Yeah, and we'll come to the 2022 study in due course, but it is to be noted that that doesn't form part of the 2022 study.
Well, the 22 study hasn't set any recommendations as yet. As we said, that's likely to be in the second part, which is coming out later in 2023.
Well, it may be or may not be. It may be that the response is either primary legislation to take it away from local authorities altogether, if one takes the Transport Select Committee approach, or alternatively for government to deal with it on some form of regional basis.
It's not before us at the moment, so we're hypothesising
We
essentially,
are.
aren't we?
We are. So let's just have a look at what we've got in front of us. But what we do know is that there is nothing in terms of the nature of immediate response, so that when we come to the immediate response, that either forms part of the 2022 study or indeed represents any form of government decision-making criteria since appearing in the 2017 study.
No.
No. Okay. Thank you very much. So, conscious, I'm just coming back to about 11:15. There's going to be doubtless more of this in particular material, which will be for everyone's enjoyment in due course, but I'm not sure, is that a convenient place to break?
I'm grateful for you pausing at this moment, yes. So, shall we have a 20-minute comfort break then and resume at 11:35?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Inquiries adjourned. Uh, 11:35. Oh, sorry. I keep It's 11:35, so the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Goatley.
So thank you very much, Mr. Weeks. I trust that your comfort break was adequate for the purpose. And if we can move on, please, to look at the ICOM document 2017, and we've got to page 27 of that.
Okay, moving towards 27, yep.
We've talked about label rating, but that's the place which probably best gives the label security standards on that page.
Yes.
Under paragraph 3.2.2. It does provide for service quality requirements as well, but that appears to be essentially directed to matters of security. And what we're dealing with here is a proposal that would be security level 5.
Yes.
Yeah. That again would be the industry leading level, one would presumably agree, for the purposes of providing security in order to either minimise or obviate the potential for theft.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Spacing of facilities, page 29, under 3.2.6. Now we've got spacing issues, and we'll come back to spacing, I think, particularly in context of your rebuttal proof. But this case isn't really determined or dictated by spacing issues, is it?
It isn't, no, and particularly my rebuttal proof is relating to non-HGV vehicle spacing, so...
Okay, well, we'll have doubtless a happy drive on that in due course, but just for the moment, thank you. In passing, page 32, 111, figure 3.2, very happily sets out the golden triangle for the purposes of understanding what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And essentially, the appeal site is located sort of in the middle, just lower than the absolute, probably the mathematical middle of that triangle.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on that where it's got Rugby written, and it's got the M1, the M6, and the M69 on it. We're obviously to the north of the M6 and the west of the M1, so you can see that the site is within the golden triangle.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, if we move to page 33, driver and operator opinion is reported at section 3.5, and it identifies in the second paragraph that lorry drivers have more complex needs than other users of roadside facilities. And I take it you would agree with that?
Yes.
And that essentially lorry drivers were told prefer using truck parks or truck stops to MSAs, and there are distilled 4 bullet points about how they better meet their functional needs: sit-down restaurants, security and value, and certainly in terms of perception. The next paragraph says, some lorry drivers use lay-bys frequently for either short breaks or overnight stops. Due to the absence of facilities, many drivers were forced to relieve themselves outside. While many drivers are now used to this, they do not think it is acceptable. I take it you would share that view?
It's entirely down to the individual lorry drivers where they want to stop, but in reality you would like people to have a toilet, yes.
Yeah. One of the difficulties identified, and I recognise this is a focus group exercise, was that stopping at lay-bys was unsafe, among other things, due to fast-moving traffic and short slip roads. That does tend to be a feature of lay-bys, doesn't it?
Depends on the individual lay-bys and where they set. Some of them are actually set away from the main carriageway rather than directly adjacent to it, but there is obviously differences within them, and there's a difference in the speed of the vehicles travelling along the main roads which they're attached to as well.
Yeah. And indeed, it would appear that in some cases lay-bys were being removed due to safety concerns reported there.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some lay-bys which are not or weren't in very sensible locations.
Yeah. And in terms of lorry parking, just before we get to the heading for 3.6, is that one of the main conclusions of the report that I think came out of Transport Focus for this was that Highways England should develop a strategy to ensure there is sufficient capacity for lorries to park in the right places and facilities that meet drivers' needs. It will need to work with the freight industry, government, local authorities and others to do this. That's a sentiment with which I take it you don't dissent.
I don't disagree, no.
Thank you very much. We've talked about the types of lorry parking on-site, off-site that have occurred, and we've looked at some of the areas that have particular parking shortages. And indeed, if we have a look on page 39 and 40 of 111, looking at the parking shortage hotspots, obviously there are some that are down in the southeast of England, but the particular highlights from stakeholders, and the top of those was South Leicester Magna Park, among others. That would be one that fairly includes the appeal site.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Magna Park's adjacent to the
Or the
site, so
area.
yes.
The area of the appeal site.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, on lay-by usage, perhaps we can have a look at page 46, paragraph 4.8.1, which seems to represent the approach of the police to dealing with lay-by usage. That parking in lay-bys is not an offence per se unless there's a bylaw or traffic regulation order in place, or vehicles parked in a dangerous manner. Reference there to Kent. Such the police approach to moving on vehicles is risk-based. Vehicles protruding to the carriageway might be moved on or parked. Those parked within the lay-by are often not. Police are aware that moving on trucks only displaces the problem, so before carrying out enforcement, they tend to visit nearby truck parking facilities so they know whether there's capacity for vehicles which they move on. Some stakeholders believe lorry parking on industrial estates is not a particular issue, as long as littering and curb damage does not happen. And then there's also the reference to the traffic officers that work with the police from National Highways, as it now is. And there are circumstances in which fines are laid out. But that's, I think, a fair, succinct representation of the approach that police operate.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. 4.8.3 on crime, and I think we've already highlighted that in terms of crime hotspots. And then on to page 47, and we've looked at the third and fourth bullet points which showed particular problems around Rugby. Certainly in terms of hotspots.
Yeah. Sorry, where
That's
did
bullet points on page 47.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forum drivers noted, yeah. I mean, it's interesting to note that obviously Magna Park isn't stated on that, though.
No. Then we get to section 5, the lorry parking audit findings. It's on page 50. And we see that regions with equal to or greater than 70% utilisation of lorry parks. This is the penultimate bullet point in 5.1.1, dealing with highlights. East of England, 97%, West Midlands, 87%. Interestingly, East Midlands, 72%, which we'll come back to in due course. Then the utilisation of lorry parking facilities, some of the details on that is given at table 5.1. But in terms of the national overview result, if we have a look at table 5.3 on page 54, we see that in terms of lorry park capacity and divergence between capacity in lorry parks and total parked vehicles, East Midlands has capacity of 2167, but the total parked vehicles is 3032, being in excess of 865 vehicles. West Midlands, again, a disparity, a negative disparity, an excess of vehicles parked over those for which there's lorry park capacity of some 613. And that will become important when we're looking for any level of comparison with that which occurs in the 2022 study.
Yes.
But it'd be right to say that between those two, we've got essentially broadly of the order of 1,470 being the aggregate for the East and West Midlands.
It's in that region, yes.
In that region. And I think you agreed, I think in chief, that what we're dealing with is something which we have to have regard to both East and West Midlands. It would be artificial to do otherwise.
Yes, obviously it's on the cusp. It's exactly where it's going to sit and where it's going to serve. Obviously what those two full sets of statistics tell us is for the two regions combined. It's obviously not all specifically in this area.
Yeah. Then if we have a look at table 5.6 and off-site parking, we've got obviously an on-site utilisation for the East Midlands of 72%, as we discussed, but the total vehicles parked off-site is 1,482. So there is in one sense, there's a disparity between the two.
Between those two tables? you mean?
Well, between
No.
essentially, by reason of having, whatever reason, a perhaps lower level of on-site utilisation in lorry parks, what we have also in terms of off-site lay-bys and industrial estates is actually a much higher figure. Do you agree?
You have a number of people who are choosing for one reason or another at that time when there was capacity within the lorry parks to still park off-site. There's various reasons why they might be doing that.
Yeah. And West Midlands, with its 87% on-site utilisation, same table, that has off-site vehicles 856. So in broad terms, we're at about 2,300 odd across the two regions.
Around that figure again, yes.
Yeah. And that's summarised in table 5.7. And then we have, again, another in the nature of a heat map on page 59, which again puts the area of the appeal site essentially right within that heat map area. Would you agree?
Yes.
And even with the effects of ports on our overnight parking, if we have a look on page 63, another heat map, that shows where that heat map is still evident irrespective of the effect of ports on overnight parking. If I can take you next to the next page, page 64, the immediate response. This gives a slightly more detailed explanation about the table that was created to aid initial response decisions. And it's fair to say those were initial response decisions in 2017 or 2018, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it had a look at the theoretical and the practical numbers there, and it then comes up with a series of immediate response estimation figures. But it's right, isn't it, beyond that, to look at what they say at 5.2.8.2 on page 65, which is the long-term response. And it'd be right to say that should be the operating criteria for the purposes of any approach to decision taking going forward. Would you agree?
It's an element of relevance, yes, and it's a case of obviously providing the right sites and the right locations to meet the demand and delivering it as is required.
Yeah. But the long-term response is, in terms of the factors to be considered, 3 bullet points. The purpose of lay-bys should be limited to short breaks and emergency stops. Overnight parking in industrial estates is inappropriate. Thus, the ideal is for all overnight lorry parking to be contained within appropriate on-site facilities. That is entirely consistent with the approach of the Transport Select Committee as subject to the government's response, yes?
It is. What it does say is obviously ideal. In ideal, you want to have overnight parking for everyone. In reality, though, as I have said, and I'm sure you're going to come on to, a lot of lorry drivers choose not to.
Yeah.
If you've got a lot of facilities and a lot of people are choosing not to, it's about trying to balance the supply and demand against it. The only way you can force people to use these facilities is by making it a criminal offence to park elsewhere.
Yeah, but part of the difficulty is the extent to which there is existing infrastructure. There's a horse and cart element to this. Until the infrastructure is there, you can't exactly start to bear down on inappropriate parking practices, can you?
No.
No. So if we look at the regional overview, which is in table 5.12 on page 67 for the East Midlands, that looks at that makeup of the on-site lay-by industrial estates and total, so that the total on-site is 1,550, 921 in lay-bys, 561 in industrial estates, with a total of 3032, and that latter component, in actual fact, I think there's probably a numerical error in the text which follows, because there's reference there as East Midlands has the largest number of vehicles parking off-site. But it seems to me that a simple process of addition on the 921 and 561 takes us to a rather a different figure, doesn't it?
It does.
Which I get to be 1,482. I'm not sure whether I think that probably does come back in later on, but I think that would be the correct figure, wouldn't it?
The figures which you've got here, sorry, just give me a moment, I'll just make sure I've got the maths right in my own head before I answer that. Right, so yeah, so the figure, the top line, total number of parked vehicles, you've got, I'll round them just for ease, 1,500, 900 and 561.
Yeah. If I can assist you, not at all, if I can assist you on this, if you basically jump ahead, we'll come back to page 67, but can I ask you to jump ahead to page 105?
Yeah, we've got the one figure of 1482.
1482.
Sorry, yeah, that's the figure which is in the text, or should be the figure in
Should
text
be the
in
figure in the
brackets on that paragraph. Yeah, sorry, but the figure of excess vehicles 865 is correct in the table.
Yeah, I think it was a matter that probably...
I misinterpreted the question you were asking there, sorry.
No, not at all, not at all. If I was unclear, apologies. I think it's a matter that probably has been canvassed in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yes.
But in terms of going through this to understand where that figure has a resonance. On the next page, which is table 513, on-site utilisation, there's a slight curiosity to it in that essentially that just looks at 18 lorry parking sites, albeit I think it would be fair to observe those are probably among the top sites in the region.
Yeah, well, it's stated in the line above it. It's the 18 lorry parks which are in the critical utilisation category. So presumably all the other ones weren't in the critical.
Within that. So therefore you end up with a regional average, which is only 72, which is clearly not the average of those 18. But it does indicate high levels of critical utilisation on all of those which are well recognised locations, particularly for truck stops, yes?
A number of them are. I was going to say, I obviously recognise exactly where a number of those are. Whether the inspector is familiar with the region or the truck stops and service stations, I don't know. But most of those are located along, as you would expect, the key trunk roads. A lot of them, the M1 and the A46.
Indeed. And then we see, thank you, an observation on page 69, just beyond figure 5.8, which again has the off-site parking hotspots. And perhaps unsurprisingly, it's stated the East Midlands has severe levels of off-site parking and the highest off-site parking density of the SRN. So that probably indicates the nature of the dilemma or the problem for the East Midlands. Would you agree?
Yes, and I think you can essentially see on that what it's covering, that strongest red line area is essentially the A14 and then going up the M1. Broadly.
Not sure about that. I think it's well, I'll leave that as a matter for the inspector to discern for that. I'm sure it'll go along the same way as the slide rule as well, or scale rule. Turning to the West Midlands, page 94 of 111. That carries out a similar exercise, and indeed looks at those for the regional overview of the utilisation on site of 87%, being total on-site parking of 1663, lay-bys 504, industrial estates 352, a total of 2519, which I think is probably right this time. And then table 47 for the on-site utilisation, again looking at what were perhaps described as the top 16 sites, and we see that among others the Welcome Break Kiel, somewhat further removed on the M6, at 221%, but certainly in respect of a number of others, most of which are removed from the Birmingham conurbation itself, certainly showing high levels of utilisation. But we've already looked at page 95, which is the heat map, saying that the predominant centres are the M6 and the A5.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we then had a series of summary findings, which essentially deal with the matters that we have already canvassed. So I don't think we need to go through any of those matters unless there's anything that you would specifically like to refer me to. But what we do have is table 6.9, which is on page 108, and which dealt with the then approach of immediate response, a response which is otherwise not being pursued or followed now. Now, that is a contextual review of where we were at in 2017 for the purposes of seeing then where we're at for 2022.
Yes.
Thank you. The 2022 study is at S15. Again, ICOM had the gig to deal with this. It is a repeat, but not a complete repeat of what they did. Among other things, no immediate response suggestion, and secondly, nothing in the nature of the heat maps that were prepared on the previous occasion.
Not in the same way, no.
No. Useful nonetheless, would you agree?
Yes. Yeah, but it is lacking some of the detail which was in the 2017 assessment.
Thank you. Now, page 12 of the document, page 21 of the PDF, that shows there's been an increase in total lorry parking capacity on site because there were new facilities. But the picture still remains very close to the critical 85% utilisation.
Yeah, there's more lorry parks now than what there was 5 years ago, but there's more people using them as well.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we're told on the regional review, again on page 12, all regions have on-site parking facilities that are at critical utilisation level. as previously defined, i.e. with utilisation levels of 85% or above. Now,
Sorry.
you have that?
No, I don't have that.
It's on page 12.
It's page 12.
Towards the bottom,
Sorry,
regional-
regional. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, as we move on to page 14, page 23 of the PDF, it was the industry and stakeholder engagement. And what we see is that we have the driver survey, face-to-face focus face-to-face focus group at Lymm Truck Stop with 10 drivers and an online stakeholder group. Now, the driver survey we see was a total of 364 lorry drivers completed it. Do you have that?
I'm just looking for the figure. Where exactly is that figure?
It's under driver survey, first paragraph, end of the second line.
On which page is this? Just make sure I've got the
It's
right.
on PDF page 23,
23.
which is page 14, I think, of the hard copy.
That's why I'm on the wrong page. Sorry, yeah. Yes, that's correct. 364.
So what we're dealing with is quite a modest number for the purposes of understanding what drivers are thinking. Would you agree?
In comparison to the overall number, yes, but it's still a fair number which they have gone and surveyed. And I think in terms of criticism of things, if we're going to start saying 364 is small, then we can certainly start levying some concerns about the PJA assessment on that. But I'm sure we'll come to the PJA assessment in time.
I'm sure you'll be levying those and other concerns anyway, but we'll deal with that in due course. Right, 54%, 197 said they prefer to park in designated truck stops that charges parking fees. 24% stated they prefer to park in industrial estates and lay-bys, and a higher percentage than for free lorry parking, 19% drivers selecting that option. Now, you need to look at what were some of the features that were operating on that, because we do understand that well-maintained toilets and showers seem to be a key feature.
Yep.
99% of drivers saying that was important or quite important. All security-related features, such as CCTV, security staff, security fencing, were selected as very important or quite important, with a combined important, quite important percentage of 96%. So that security point, a matter which is not broadly met by the vast majority of the facilities that they get to habituate to, that is an important feature, isn't it?
It is, and I can understand why, but obviously it then doesn't quite dovetail with the preference of 43% of the people choosing to park outside as a preference, the facilities, because in effect they may say it's important, but they're then ignoring it by parking on the road.
Well, they're parking on the road, but in circumstances where the facilities that they have the option or opportunity to use don't provide the security which they might wish to pay for.
Some may not, and that may well be a defining factor with them.
Well, given
I
some-
haven't got a precise answer to that, but yes, they have stated that security is a key aspect.
Well, if one's dealing with that, and it's whether or not you're paying additionality, because that's what it amounts to, additional payment, why were you paying additionally if you're not getting security? That may well be, some people want it for the purposes of a hot meal or some other such feature. Toilets, showers, if they work. But if your security is no different in many of these stops than that which you actually have in a lay-by, then for some lorry drivers, that's a rather a different question to meet, isn't it?
Potentially, yes.
So when we're looking at any of those percentages, we have to do so in the light of that particular caveat, don't we?
It's one question which was answered, and yes, security is a key concern to most of the lorry drivers.
Yeah. And the difficulties in terms of beyond that, about overnight parking, about a good on-site facility. It's also on page 14 from the driver focus group. Recognise it's not a big focus group, but showers, multiple working facilities and clean, good food, range of options, not just fast food, available spaces to park, social spaces, areas to sit in comfort areas, cost of parking. And one of the big concerns that then follows is the reason why there's poor value for money is that it's difficult for drivers to plan ahead. Yep.
Yep. Which in part is going to come down to how everybody runs their facilities. Potentially.
Now, we've already talked about some of the means of undertaking the audit and the methodology and what is still to come. But it would appear that what was done was using the month of March as an average month. We see that on the introduction, PDF page 26, which is page 17. Now, that also explains in the second paragraph about the additional work being undertaken. It would be fair to observe that if you've got average months, you're likely also to have peak months, aren't you?
Yes.
If you have peak months, you'll have a higher level of parking and overnight stay demand than you would during an average month.
Yes.
For the purposes of providing supply chain reliability and reliance, you need to be able to provide facilities that ultimately meet for the peak months and not the average months, don't you?
In an ideal world, you could say that, yes.
We're living in an ideal world now. So in that ideal world...
God, what happens in the other scenarios then? I'm assuming you're meaning in the concept of this room.
No, government policy is... We know what government policy is. We know what the Transport Select Committee have said. So we're looking to provide... But if we're looking to provide these industry-leading facilities in order to make sure that we provide facilities that are available for use and used and which provide a basis for the retention of our existing supply chain staff, then in which case we need to provide those facilities that are available to them in the run-up to Christmas just as much as it is during a quiet time of the year.
Theoretically, yes. I think...
Well, it's not just theoretically, is it?
Well, in an ideal world, yes. What we haven't got, though, before us is exactly what all of those figures may well be.
Indeed, but I'm dealing with this as a matter of principle. Because if we're dealing with an average month, which is March was chosen to be an average month, it was anticipated, because there are two variabilities to this. One is regional. We don't know what the regional variability is, although we do know that the East Midlands has been specifically singled out for this exercise, along with the West Midlands. We also know that if we do have variability, it will go up and down. But as a matter of principle, we need to be looking to provide for the up rather than down, which means that the data we have here, not a criticism of it, the data we have here is, if anything, conservative, because it's from an average month.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the context of what you're saying there, yes.
Yep. Now, if we look just to, again, it is a national snapshot. If I can take you to PDF page 41 and table 3.2, that tells us about the lorry parking sites rating, which I think we've already touched on. And if I can, it's page 32 of the hard copy.
Yeah, I've just found that, thank you.
As per, and what we're told with the text underneath, is that as per figure 3.3, 23% of all on-site parking facilities are rated 4 and above. In other words, have security features. Not the security features that are labelled 4 or 5, but just have security features, principally having a fence. That's what table 4 is.
Table 4, you mean in table 3.2, level 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's look at what level 4 is having a fence.
Yes.
doesn't contain any of the other matters that when we were looking at labels 3, 4 and 5 were rather more advanced than that.
It was slightly more split down, yes.
Well, not just split down, much higher level of security, including on-site security personnel, when one looks at label 5.
Okay, yes, there is the difference. The
Yeah.
one security level 4 and the label is persons with professional staff, and then the next level is manned round the clock. So yeah, it's
So purely
not
when
quite identical, no.
No, I mean, and it's not, I recognise we have what we have by way of data, but what it indicates is that what might be a degree of complacency as to the extent of compliance with these standards, or it's a level 3, is actually a site which still, levels 1, 2, 3, have no security at all. Level 4 has a fence, and it's only at level 5, figure we don't really see, that we're actually looking at anything which is sensible. So we're looking at there 7%, if one looks at figure 3.3, reach that level. That's the non-industry leading circumstances that at 2022 we are faced with. Would you agree?
You've only got 7%, which is category 5, and then there's 16% in category 4. It's obviously down to the description as to how much you consider security is necessary. Because I'm sure within that, obviously, you've got a security fence.
99% of drivers said it's necessary, and it's also a disincentive to them actually going and spending some money to just park up to be an easy target in a bigger chunk of lorries than in a smaller chunk of lorries.
It's to what extent the level of security needs to be provided.
Yeah.
Because in a lot of instances, as we know, security measures don't really do a great deal. It's the preventative approach which is actually put out there, i.e. to everybody's house. If somebody wants to get in, they will get in, but we still lock our doors.
Yeah, and most of the time that works.
Yes.
If you are a professional footballer on foreign duty, even that won't work.
Apparently not.
What we do know in respect of this, if I can take you to page 49 on utilisation of 142, it's page 40 of the hard copy. The penultimate paragraph is that based on the approved categorisation, the 22 study demonstrates that utilisation levels across all on-site parking facilities on the SRN is reaching the critical level of 85% across the whole of England in what is typically a quieter month. So that also is a reason which is expressly noted by the authors of this report, again for caution, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, helpfully, just as on the way, we've provided with a comparison of the Ready Reckoner on page 52 of 142 at table 4.1 of the difference between 2017 and 2022. Mm-hmm. And what we see there is that the number of on-site sites, on-site facilities, have increased from 311 to 328. The number of lay-bys has in actual fact been reduced over that period of time, and the number of industrial estates have increased very marginally by 26. So that's the backdrop to where those elements fit in. Doubtless there's some national features, but perhaps we'd look to where we're at regionally. And what I'd like to do is take you to table 5.1, if I may. In fact, I should probably take you to the page before, which is 5.4, which is the section in which it appears.
Okay,
the
what's
regional
the
summary.
What's the
I beg your
PDF?
pardon.
I'm sorry, what's
No,
the
not
paper
at all.
reference
It's page
number?
55 hard copy
55. Okay.
and page 64 PDF. Can you have that?
I do, yes.
Thank you. In the first paragraph, second line from the bottom, tells us with regarding parking utilisation, East Midlands is 92%, just behind the South East and the East of England, and obviously well over that 85% critical level. And what they say in the last paragraph on that page is comparing the on-site parking capacity to the number of vehicles observed across all on-site and off-site parking locations provides an indication of the number of excess vehicles that cannot park at on-site parking facilities. That's a fair observation, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the table that we'll come to presents the difference between those, and the highest region is East Midlands, South East and East of England. So take you now to, if I may, page 65 or I think 56 of the hard copy, table 5.1. That looks at the numbers of vehicles on site, overall site capacity, etc. And the excess vehicles in the East Midlands is 1,191. That's the number of vehicles that are unable to park on site.
Yes.
And for the West Midlands, we get a figure of 458. They are slightly under the 85% figure, in excess of 458 vehicles. But just looking at those numbers, we're at something over 1,600, aren't we, in terms of...
It's about 1650, the number.
1650. That's the number of vehicles on an average month that are unable to access on-site parking facilities.
Yes, that is across four
Across
regions.
the two
so,
regions. Yeah. But and indeed the vast bulk of those are in the East Midlands.
The majority are, yes.
Yeah. Now, the granularity on that is set out in table 5.2 on the next page, but that I think just simply confirms the points that we've already looked at.
Yes.
And so far as the West Midlands, just for completeness point is concerned, I think that's on page 70, table 61 of the hard copy at table 516.
That's correct.
Again, that just gives the granular detail on those matters. Now, turning to figure 6.5 and the barriers to drivers using lorry parking with a charge to park overnight, what we can see, do you have it on, it's page 74 or page 64? 65,
65, yes.
Top of those, security not good enough. And I think if we're looking at the figures that we were looking at before, in terms of those things which were grades 1, 2 and 3, or levels 1, 2 and 3, and level 4 perhaps giving you a fence and nothing else, that's probably an understandable reaction, isn't it, as a barrier
Yes.
to truck parking. Not quite as much, but behind that, which is wash, shower, toilets not good enough. Food not good enough. Not enough spaces available. That's a quite important or very important point for 95% of drivers. That comes back to the same point that we agreed about a little earlier, of basically having to try and hunt around at the wrong time of the day in order to find a space. It's perhaps unsurprisingly that when it comes to the next point, tend not to be value for money, that gets an affirmation of about 88%. And so far as companies not covering the full cost, that's a bit more mixed, isn't it?
It is. That's probably dependent on what the company will or won't actually pay for. I imagine there's better employers out there of truck drivers, just like there are in every industry.
But one of the matters that government, will come on to it shortly, so one of the matters that government is going to be looking at is regulation of the industry. in order to drive up standards. It's going to have difficulty driving up standards and say, provide your drivers the wherewithal in order to stop at truck stops, if there are no truck stops for them to stop at. Would you agree?
Yes, if there is insufficient capacity, but it's always part and parcel of these larger drivers that you've got to get the infrastructure in place first. You can't just bring it in overnight. There is always that lead time for any new policy approach, if I phrase it that way.
Yeah. Maybe so. That's something that is a policy driver at the moment, irrespective of anything that may be a new policy approach in due course, because that is current policy, isn't it?
They are seeking to improve it. There isn't anything which has been tabled, though, as to how they're going to do that.
No. Perhaps rather depressingly, if one has a look on page 76 of the PDF, page 67 of the hard copy, just above figure 6.8, you see that the vast majority of drivers at 79% believe the availability of good quality lorry parking, free or with a charge, has decreased in the last 5 years in the UK. So since the 2017 study, it's got worse. That itself is, at least from a perceptual point of view, important, would you agree? Because these are the drivers who are making the decisions as to whether to stop in particular locations.
Yes.
And that same point on planning ahead, etc., we see reiterated on page 79 of the PDF. In the fourth main paragraph. Yes, it's page 79 of the PDF, page 70 of the hard copy. So, what we get to overall, nationally, and we see this within the PDF, page 87, it's page 78 of the hard copy, is a summary overview of figures in figure 7.1. And on page 88, at the top of that page, showing the excess of vehicles against on-site capacity being 4,473 against 21,234 vehicles. And obviously we've already looked at what the East Midlands utilisation rate will be, and that the longitudinal audits we see at the bottom of that page will provide a better, more robust seasonal picture for, among other things, the Midlands. Now, all of those features, those all indicate, do they not, the parlour state of the current level of provision. Would you agree?
Forgive my English. What does parlour state mean?
Poor.
Poor. Yeah. It is suggesting that there is more which is required, yes.
It's not just more that's required, it's dramatically more, isn't it? Wouldn't that be a fairer way of expressing that?
There is a need for more across the country as a whole. Exactly where they are and how that is delivered is always the key bits, isn't it? But yeah, it's. I think we're all in agreement there is a need for additional parking.
And the specific area that's been identified is the East Midlands, yes?
Yes.
As being both acute and, because of its long-standing nature, chronic in terms of its shortfall and need.
Show me where it says those two words.
Find those if you want. I'll have to go and... Do you agree with them as descriptors?
They are descriptors, yes.
And are they fair descriptors? Being long-standing, therefore chronic, acute, because it is a level of disparity of 1,191 and 483, as far as the West Midlands are concerned, which has not materially improved since the position in 2017.
I would say for the East Midlands, the situation has got worse since 2017. There was a 72% utilisation at that point. It's grown since then, yes. But to suggest that there has been a massive ongoing problem in the East Midlands, I think is not a fair situation. The 2017 report, and I know you probably have your own views on the 85% practical levels of additional need being provided on that, but clearly at that stage the East Midlands was a long way below the 85% level, and therefore I think to suggest it has been a massive issue for a long-standing time in the East Midlands is not a fair comment.
In which case, the matter I'll deal with other witnesses and, if need be, in submissions. But we have you've heard what you have to say in respect of that. So you would essentially say the East Midlands has been proceeding well. Would you agree?
It has got worse as a situation in the East Midlands, but that is something which is more notable in recent years, as in the last 5 years.
And one of that is a feature which has been a contributory factor to the shortage of HGV drivers.
Quite possibly. I don't have a specific answer to that for you.
Is it a positive aspect as identified by the Transport Select Committee?
It's not having enough drivers is not a positive aspect, no.
Yeah. And one of the features they identified, as did government, was the difficulty of retaining drivers because of the conditions, including the absence of parking and overnight stay facilities.
That's one element of an awful lot of contributing factors towards people choosing their
It was a
career.
factor identified by government and by the Transport Select Committee.
I'm not saying it isn't a factor, I'm just saying it's not the only factor.
Yeah. And that gave rise to what can only be described as otherwise as a HGV driver crisis. Yes?
There was a crisis back in 21, yes.
And it would be fair to observe that unless addressed, given the increasing amount of logistics that is occurring, I take it you don't dissent from that.
No, logistics is increasing, and yeah, it just, the expansion of Magna Park illustrates that.
Thank you. So far as the circular is concerned, the new circular, it's CDS 41.
It's a document with paragraph numbers. How much we love them. Makes life easier.
Yeah, just dealing with the paragraphs on this one. Spacing, we've already talked about. I don't think we need to particularly deal with in respect of that. So far as areas of an identified need, paragraph 81, that is something where the department and its agency, National Highways, will be looking to provide decisions to address the shortage of HGV parking on or near the SRN, subject to spacing requirements.
Yeah.
It would be fair to observe that that is supportive of this proposal. Would you agree?
It's supportive of the concept that there are more which are required, and invariably when more go in, they go in new locations, so it will reduce the separation distance between existing facilities. In terms of the facilities along the A5, there is a bit of a gap. This is set further north than the closest one to it, at the Eddie Stobart truck stop, or Night Owl. It's got various different names it's called, so it's slightly closer to the truck stop, which is then up at the M42 junction 1, so it is reducing that gap between the two. So in that respect, yes, it is aligning with that clause 1 there. Doesn't fully reduce the gap distance between those two facilities though.
So, in spacing terms, that's not a matter that troubles us. Spacing is not a matter that troubles us.
No, it's not an area of disagreement between the parties.
Thank you. Can I ask you to take up two aspects? It's both Mr. Stack's evidence and also the Appendix 7 to the Statement of Case, the technical note from August 2022.
Are you wanting me to put that other document down now?
We can put that one away.
Okay.
Unless you consider there are any other parts of the circular that need detainers.
No, I'm content.
Now, the PJA study provides additional granularity to the local information available to us. Would you agree?
It does. It does. I know, as I have referred to before, it can essentially be taken as a snapshot. It's just taken on, or seems to be based upon information from a singular site visit to each of the locations. But I accept that it provides more detailed information in terms of the operating levels at that time within the immediate vicinity.
Is there any better, more detailed evidence on the subject matter that it deals with available to this inquiry?
No, there isn't.
I have inferred that the authority has not sought to commission any such evidence.
No, I don't think the authority has the resources to be able to do anything like that.
That in mind, in terms of that document, why should we not accept the terms of that document and what it is telling us about utilisation and efficiency? So do you accept what it tells us?
I do, and I haven't questioned that the information is not accurate. I'm not suggesting for a second that it is trying to mislead anyone. All the comment is that it's essentially information from a single occasion, and whether that night or those nights happen to be 100% reflective of what occurs as an average. As I know, average is always an interesting word, which we could debate for a long time. I obviously don't know. The one thing which is just worthy of note is I know it does say that it was undertaken at the point that all the schools were still in, i.e. it was before the summer holiday. That's not technically correct because Leicestershire broke up early. It always breaks up early, but it broke up extra early due to an administrative error. And the schools were actually finished before the capacity study was undertaken in this particular year.
As a matter of interest, just as I understand your assessment, for some areas, if you want, for instance, you're doing a trip assessment or you're doing a junction capacity assessment, transport modelling exercise, that has a particular resonance. Can you assist me as to its significance in terms of Leicestershire for the subject matter of the technical note and the use of HGV parking spaces?
How much it's going to influence it, I don't know. Probably very little, but it's more the fact of the statement which is made in the assessment says that all the schools were in, or it was undertaken during normal circumstances, that all the schools were in session still. It's just that the fact isn't quite correct as written in that document, so it's just correcting the information in there. I am not suggesting it is going to massively skew the figures which have been provided as a result, but it's a case of obviously just presenting the facts as they are.
So does it have any, as far as the inspector is concerned, is that a distinction without a difference?
No.
So there is no difference that arises from that?
Well, we've only got one set of information and we don't know whether it would or wouldn't have changed it, but it's unlikely to have made a material difference.
Right. The only reason why it might make a material difference is if there is a logical justification for making a material difference. At the moment I'm at a loss to understand where there would be, hence the reason why I introduced the question in the way I did in terms of trip or modelling analysis, whereas I don't understand that as to why that would have relevance or resonance for HGV parking.
I thought I had responded and said I'm not expecting that it would have changed it.
Right, so consequently it's not a matter that has any effect so as to in any way qualify or undermine the material which is contained in the parking survey.
I don't think it would, but I'm not a transport specialist.
Thank you. Do I take it that you thereby also concur with Mr. Stack's proof of evidence?
In what respect? are you meaning?
All respects. Is there anything from which you dissent as to what Mr. Stack has said?
I attribute different weight to the benefits, which I know has been outlined within my proof. That's obviously, he's referring to the benefits, section 3, quantitative benefits there. And I know he's obviously then highlighted points in section 4 of matters raised by the LPA.
Is he incorrect on any of that?
Sorry?
Is he incorrect on any of the matters set out within section 4.2 of his evidence?
Facts which are set out in 4.2.1 to 4.2.4, I agree with. 4.2.5 and 4.2.6, I think it's interesting where he's actually taken to, or particularly I'll take 4.2.5 first. It's interesting that he's taken to refer to the benefits which are going to be occurring against the need to represent the whole East Midlands and then the West Midlands, or for the combined regions, rather than actually taking it at a local level. If I refer to it as that, or local or regional, I know I commented in my examination in chief about the terminology actually used, but the 45-minute drive time, where in section 3 the benefits are all provided in terms of the improvements which are made upon that local and that regional level as defined by Mr. Stamp. So it seems slightly unfair to then use other sites and refer to them in terms of a regional and 2 regions as a benefit. He's trying. I'm not saying the figures he's provided are incorrect, but I think it's been just disingenuous in the way in which it's been used as a comparison.
Right, take disingenuous, that means dishonest. That's what disingenuous means.
Okay, that's not entirely what I meant.
No, so you might want to rephrase that one.
It's not setting them out in the same level playing field.
Well, it may not set it out in a way that conforms to you. Let's just deal with some of the matters. So far as the 137 space park, Magna Park 421 and following, talking of the 2015 consent, that the facilities there are completely lacking, aren't they?
Well, we haven't got any details, so we don't know what the quality of that facility would be. Yeah. But what that has done is then been brought forward within the 2022 application, whereby it is suggesting that there's going to be more facilities, and hence where I agree with the conclusion at the end of paragraph 4.2.4 that it would provide a medium-stroke high-level facility offering reasonable facilities for drivers.
That wouldn't be label 5. And what will be its security characteristics?
Well, the full details aren't there because it's still only an outline, but it's showing security fencing, I believe, on the site, and you've obviously got buildings included on that site. So whether or not in time that did include a security office and CCTV and things, obviously nobody in this room knows the answer to that, but there is scope for that facility to be level 5 if they wanted it to be.
Right. Certainly it is not advanced, is it, on the basis of level 4 or 5?
It hasn't explicitly stated that, no.
So for the purposes of the inspector's assessment here, he can't proceed on the basis that that is a facility that will come forward and will be above what seems to be the general rubric in this locality of level 3 and below. Correct?
It's not explicitly stated within the application that it will meet a specific level.
That's rather important if one's going to be industry leading and meeting the objectives identified by the House of Commons Select Committee and, for that matter, government, that it actually meets those levels and, among other things, meets the security concerns, which has been such a profound disincentive to drivers availing themselves of these type of facilities. Would you agree?
Yes, I was going to say, if I could finish the answer to the last question you asked, though, I was going to say, but even with this application, because all the facilities which are being proposed on site are all indicative, there isn't anywhere, as far as I can remember, within either the description of the application or the conditions which explicitly states it's got to hit a certain label level rating or anything.
Put a condition on. That's what we've been very, very consistent in what we say about this particular site and what we're promoting for it.
If there is a condition attached or something to secure it at a specific level, that would ensure that the facility comes forward at that level. But it's more the point I'm saying at this point that the Magna Park one, up until the statement you just made there, is essentially exactly the same as the current appeal, and that it's providing parking facilities, the exact layout and facilities included within it. We only have an indicative layout plan.
Yeah, but in terms of providing a condition, that there's nothing to inhibit that condition, and a condition that would have the effect of securing level 5. Would you agree?
On this site, no.
Let me just, sorry.
Sorry.
Is that you agreeing that you could impose a condition that
sorry.
would be level 5?
You could impose a condition, yes, sorry, apologies. I wasn't trying to
that,
be
it's
used to the English language there.
yeah, indeed. Hence the reason it's not a criticism, just a matter of clarity. Okay. Now, the Magna Park, this is 424, and then MIA proposals, that's at the moment an unknown as to what that will provide. Is that correct?
The Mere Lane is the Magna Park proposal.
That's the 94 plus 40.
Yes.
Okay. So we just don't know what it will provide by way of security.
Well, as I said, the plans have got a fence shown, but the precise detail, because it's only outline, we don't know at this stage. I mean, Harbour may attach a condition which says it's got to meet a certain label rating level, but we haven't got the information before the inspector.
Now, we've identified that there are existing surveys that indicate there are off-site parking difficulties already in the locality. Would you agree?
Which surveys are you referring to when you make that statement?
Well, among others, those that are contained in Mr. Stack's evidence and the PJA report.
I figured that's the one you were meaning.
Yeah,
Yes.
which I understood we'd agreed.
Yes. Yes. I was
So-
just wanting clarification
yeah.
as to which document you're referring to there. That was
So,
all.
so we have evidence before us and no contrary evidence to that, yes?
Correct.
And in those circumstances, we also have, in addition, a Magna Park expansion coming, yes?
We do, yes.
In respect of the Magna Park expansion, it's identified that that will increase HGV traffic by some 3,562 two-way trips per day, an increase of 92%, which at least gives some indication of the level of additional vehicular activity,
Yes.
principally being HGV vehicular activity.
Yes. What should be possibly just caveated here for the inspector's benefit is, and I'm sure he will see this when he's on site, a number of the buildings as part of those expansions are already now in place, so will already be captured by the 22 survey. They're not all there, but some of them are.
So there will be a generation of additional overnight parking demand, and other than the two proposals that you've referred to, are there any other proposals for similar overnight lorry parking facilities, together with either the level 5 or label level 5 facilities to go along with them?
Not with label level 5, no. I know there has been reference to the Magna Park South, that there was a lorry park included within that as well, which has been noted in Mr. Holmes is proof, I can't
Yeah.
remember his name, for 52 vehicles, and those are the two in the immediate vicinity which are proposed to come forward. The exact timing of those is always the key thing, and I know they also made reference to one then over on the A14 at Junction 1, which had 82.
That would depend upon HGVs that actually are undertaking that as a routing direction, i.e. to the haven ports. If they're not availing themselves of the haven ports to and from, then in which case that on the A14 Junction 1 is not going to be helpful, save with a fairly hefty diversion. Would you agree?
That would be correct, but obviously everybody will be travelling from different directions, and A14 does have a number of HGVs coming along that way, but I appreciate the proximity to Magna Park means it will be more useful to everybody, but that notwithstanding, the A14 approval could well be useful to people travelling from the eastern side of the country.
Yeah. Admittedly now dated, but the 2017 study actually provided us with effectively something of a gravity map in terms of the effect of ports upon the heat map, which I think we looked at when
Yep.
we went through those. That did not show any particular prevalence relating to the A14 and the haven ports, did it?
I would need to double check that. Can you just
Please
remind me
do.
what page that's on?
Would do if I could remember.
It's buried somewhere in the middle from what I can
It
recall.
is.
So it is figure 5.7, which is page 63 of core document S6.
Yep. That didn't show any particular gravity, did it, towards the A14 and the haven ports? In fact, that's...
Yeah, it does. The A14 is labelled in the middle where it connects with the M1,
Yeah.
and you've got a red dot for the two facilities to the east of the M1.
Forgive me, it wasn't indicating... It's not that the A14... Isn't it the haven ports don't go onto the A14, and the A14 doesn't connect at Catthorpe onto the M1 and into the Golden Triangle? I understand that point, but it's whether or not that's a particular driver of significance for the purpose of understanding this. I don't understand anything in that to indicate that there is any evidence that the impact of the A14 is discernible, such that we could say, well, you're going to be capturing quite a lot if you have something at junction 1 of the A14. There's nothing before us to indicate that there's going to be any particular level of capture, certainly to meet the levels of need that we've already identified. That's right, isn't it?
I would completely disagree with you there.
Where's
on
the
that.
evidence? Show me the evidence, show me the numbers.
Figure 5.7 has got a map which is showing you the areas where they are expecting the greatest density, as they've referred to it on there, on the heat map. It's shown the red sections where you've then got the facilities, specifically in effect to ports on overnight lorry parking. And we are in, or the A14 section there, and where that facility is, because the facility will essentially be where the western of those two dots on the A14 are referred to as, so the one which is closest to the M1, because there is a truck facility on the north side of the A14 there already. This is looking for one on the south side. It sits within a region whereby you've got a hotspot on it. So that map
I'm afraid I
is
don't,
suggesting that.
I don't follow that. I'll leave that to the inspector, but I don't follow that. I'm going to leave that one there. Now, back to your proof, if I may. You, as regards need is concerned, suggest that there is a very limited need as set out in your paragraph 6.4. That's correct,
Paragraph
isn't it?
6.4.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Your table 6.4, it's page 34. and 35.
Yep.
Now, that is all predicated upon an immediate response approach, which was being utilised in 2017 as a matter of assistance by ACOM in terms of what they point up might be dealt with as an immediate response as opposed to the long-term response. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Can I ask you, as I've already done, but to confirm, there is nothing like that in 2022, nothing in the written ministerial statement, nothing in the Transport Select Committee, and there's nothing in any other policy document from government that suggests that's an appropriate criterion to use. Would you agree?
Nothing in the new document has set out specific figures on how to actually create them, so no, they haven't.
No,
They haven't taken that approach. They also haven't actually set any other specific figures. So what I have done here is taken the approach which has been set out by national guidance before to roll it forward to what an immediate response is and what potentially you could argue is needed in the area, as in the East region and the East Midlands region and the West Midlands region. And we've also then got the other facilities which are coming on stream within the area, Magna Park being the prime ones, whereby it will be meeting the needs of the park itself. Appreciate if you are going to take the line that every single lorry needs to be parked off the highway, additional will be required, but how that addition will be delivered is something which is going to be coming through in national policy guidance statement, whatever that may be.
The 2017 document is not national guidance, is it?
No.
No. It was an albeit helpful approach as a temporary expedient suggested by ACOM as to what decision makers and policy makers might do given the parlous state they saw, the poor state that they saw in 2017. That is not a thesis which they have repeated in 2022, nor is it something which has been taken up by government, has it?
They haven't repeated it, no.
No, nor has it been taken up by government at any time between 2017 and today's date.
No.
No. What we do know, adopting essentially the audit-based approach, which is what ICOM have come up with, is that we have 1,191 for the East Midlands, and I think it's 483, but let me just make sure I'm not giving you a duff figure for that. For the West Midlands,
These are figures taken from the 2022 assessment.
2022 study.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the figures which do represent the audit position at the moment, don't they?
They are the figures which are providing the full requirement of every vehicle is parked on site, yes.
Meeting the full requirement, is that consistent or inconsistent with the approach that has been adopted, among other things, by government in terms of its response to the Transport Select Committee?
It is the approach which has been tabled.
So on that basis, any approach should be looking to meet the aggregate of those two figures, shouldn't it?
Across the whole of the two regions, one could take that approach. It doesn't necessarily mean you need that number of the facilities, obviously, even in this region, in this immediate area, though.
It's the starting point, isn't it, for the consideration of numbers?
If you're taking it down that line, yes.
Is there a evidence and policy-based reason, those are conjoined, evidence and policy-based reason to take a different approach? I would respectfully suggest there is not.
No.
So in those circumstances, the figure that we should be looking at is a substantially higher figure, and your figure set out in Table 6.4 is not one which provides a robust method of calculation consistent with the approach adopted by government. Would you agree?
The latest documentation which they have published and the direction of travel for it, they are inferring that they want to see full provision.
If that's so, then in which case there is no indication that the provision of the numbers here, even if others appear at Magna Park or at Junction 1 of the A14, will have, they will all combine to provide assistance, but they're nowhere near meeting just the East Midlands figure of 1191, which is a cautious figure, being a figure which is only on an average month. Yes?
It would be below that figure, but again, we're only talking about one little part of the region rather than the whole region. And obviously the East Midlands need isn't only around the Magna Park or any appeal site.
There are existing facilities. What we're dealing with, we are supplementing and hopefully acting as a driver to quality for existing facilities, aren't we?
Potentially.
Yeah. Even if you take all of your additional sites, whether or not it's that for Junction 1 of the A14, that is how many?
82.
If you take that which might come forward at Magna,
If you say 134, do you take a lot, or do you want to take
although
94?
94 of them, only 94 of them are overnight, aren't they?
Overnight, yes.
Any others?
Potentially 52 on the southern part of Magna.
Okay. Well, let's just take that as being part of the calculation for the moment. That gives us 228 out of 1191, even if all of those do come forward. That is a very modest component of that. Even if you add the 293 that we're proposing, it's still a long way short, even of 50%. Yeah?
It is a long way short of the total number, but I will reiterate, you need to have this as a facility which, you know, even by your own evidence base of the surveys, a 45-minute drive time of it is considered to be the survey area. The East Midlands covers multiple counties. The West Midlands cover multiple counties.
Yeah.
You can't effectively stick all the requirement in one area and go, oh, well, we've met the need.
I'm just taking that for the East Midlands. I've left the West Midlands
Yeah.
out of account.
But
To put the West Midlands into account, you're way below 25%.
Yeah. But in terms of the area it can serve, it's way less than 25% of the geographical region.
Remember, drivers are coming from and to ports. They're also coming from and to other regional and national distribution centres. They are using the Golden Triangle for the reasons we know in terms of its connectivity. If they have resort to the Golden Triangle and thereby, at the moment, parking up off-site in those numbers in the East Midlands, if they have the ability to find facilities which are appropriately of appropriate quality and security, then they're going to use them, aren't they?
They need to be appropriately spaced along their journey as well.
Depends whether or not, well, they don't have to, unlike an MSA, the spacing requirements are different.
No,
on this.
I was meaning in terms of if it's 2 hours into their journey, they're not going
Oh,
to stop there. They will
indeed.
want to carry on further north,
But
and
we-
that's where the time to
Yeah.
travel and therefore the location is important.
Yeah, we understand that. I'm not saying, and we've never said, stick it all here. But there is a real issue here, including historic under-provision for Magna Park. This is not a bash Magna Park thing, it's just that's the way it is. So consequently, deal with it and deal with matters going forward. All very well. But having done that, in respect to that, there's nothing to indicate, there's no data, there's no evidence to indicate that essentially all these lorry drivers will be sucked in here among other things, to the detriment of any other truck stops. No one's come up with that as a suggestion, have they?
Nobody has said that it will explicitly make others not be used. I mean, the suggestion is that the Corley, the usage of that had been dropped off when the new one opened on the M6 because people prefer to use higher quality ones, which there's a certain extent on that, and that's why you said there's potentially a driver to improve the quality in the area. Because obviously if they want to draw people back, they need to improve their facilities, one would assume.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a qualitative offer issue. Nothing about that. That's a competitive qualitative offer. Yeah. Good, all well and good. Goes beyond that, though, doesn't it? That effectively, what that means is that in these circumstances, the only data that's available to the inspector is that which indicates why there is an issue, that issue does relate to this particular area, that the provision of these lorry parking spaces will go some significant way to meeting those issues, not for all, not for the whole region, but meeting existing and future issues. I know there's a clue in the title for planning that does actually have a perspective, not just simply a retrospective component to it, in order to meet those particular issues. And we know that there has been an increase in the East Midlands just of those drivers unable to access suitable HGV overnight parking of just short of 1,200. And what's more, on a conservative average month figure. On the basis of matters that we've discussed, one should be cautious about regarding that as anything like a maximum and regard that perhaps as a starting point. Would you agree?
From the comments we'd had before, yes.
Yeah. So in which case, going north of that figure, we would undoubtedly anticipate there will be a greater level of demand. There is nothing to indicate, is there, that this would be an inappropriate place. Leave aside your questions about landscape and whatever else, but purely in spatial terms, that this would be an inappropriate place to meet it, is there?
It has not been refused on that basis, no.
Okay. Thank you for that. To know, I'm not just looking to serve up more for you. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not going to go back onto matters that I've already canvassed.
You take your time, I appreciate it. There's a lot of notes you've been going through.
It's not just the notes. As a matter of fact, I've simply accepted the junction 1 of the A14 case just simply for the purposes of discussion. But as a matter of detail, is that proposal, is that still one which is a live consent?
It is, yes. It's a bank consent, and again, if the inspector wants to actually go and take a drive down there, you can see the access point into the service station. Or the one which has been approved, the service station isn't there.
Okay. So simply because there's no indication. Were conditions or any application for discharge of conditions submitted within the requisite time?
It relates back to a 1997 original approval, and the council have accepted that it is an extant consent.
Well, whether they've accepted as an extant consent or not, were conditions discharged at the relevant time?
I haven't checked that, but I would presume so, given the council have accepted it as extant consent. If the council consider it's an extant consent, it's a development which can be built out.
That is a 1997 proposal that is still not yet being built.
It hasn't been built yet, but there were applications which came in 2018 to vary what was on there. But as I said, not the element which is related to the HGV parking.
Right. Okay. The fact that it has taken that period of time and that it is still not on foot at the moment, that's a matter that the inspector can take into account in terms of the probability, likelihood, real reality of that coming forward. Would you agree?
It's something to do with the timescales and when it would be delivered, yes, and it's obviously something the inspector will have to make a decision on, or make an opinion on, I should say.
Okay. Now, I have other matters to come back to in terms of the proving plan and in terms of the rebuttal proof, which I've not yet canvassed as yet, sir. In your hands, but that might be a convenient point.
Yeah, I think probably that would be prudent. I don't particularly like disrupting the flow, but it's probably something of necessity.
I'm also conscious that Mr. Weeks has been very kindly answering my questions for some time. And
yes, exactly. So we've got to be fair. So, okay, we'll adjourn till lunch then, at say 2 o'clock. And just to confirm in terms of housekeeping, I will do the site visit outside sitting time. And as I indicated yesterday, I'll go for Wednesday the 18th. I'm hoping both landscape witnesses can do that at 12 noon on Wednesday the 18th. So I'll need to make provisions to do that today, so I'll do so. But they did indicate availability yesterday, so I'm hoping that will be the case.
confirm that over lunch.
Yeah.
We'll confirm that over lunchtime, but
That'll be
certainly
very helpful,
we had a
yeah.
preliminary discussion about that last night. That should be fine.
Okay, so we'll adjourn till 2 o'clock then. Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure you know the rules about distancing, Mr. Weeks. Thank you. Okay, it's 2 o'clock, so inquiry is resumed, and Mr. Goatley, your cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weeks, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Weeks, just if I might tail off one point regarding this morning. We agreed that what came out of the 2022 figures was that in respect of the utilisation of those excess lorry parking for the East and West Midlands that were not otherwise accommodated, that we had a figure of 1191 and 483, I recall.
That's correct, yes.
Now, of course, that was first of all predicated upon meeting 100% of those figures.
Yep.
The operating assessment that one would have is that you should be operating at 85% and not 100%. Would that be fair?
Yes.
If one has that as a exercise, one would need to increase effectively the amount of the use above that 100% figure to take account of the fact that one needs to get to 85%. Would that be fair?
It would, yes, because obviously everyone is not exactly in the same place or, perfectly matching across the country at any one point, so yes.
So if we have a total, as I think we do, of 1641 for the aggregate of the two of them, and one needed to increase that by 15%, that would add another 246 or thereabouts to the figure in order to take account of that amount. Would you agree?
I will take it that your maths is correct. I'm sure it is.
So far as the extent of the need, that would only increase the need, even on the basis of the conservative and caveated approach, which has been identified in the 2022 figures.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to, if we may, your rebuttal proof of evidence. I think we've moved on and beyond the matters set out in 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 by reason of the matters that we've discussed this morning. Would you agree?
Yes.
And would it be fair to also agree that the numbers there upon which you sought to advance or rely, you no longer seek to advance or rely?
In terms of the practical need figures against the 2017, I still stand by what my figures are against that, but I accept the various points which have been made in terms of the government approach to wanting to see full provision.
But if that is the government's approach, then that ought to be the same approach adopted by the inspector in determining this appeal.
Realistically, yes.
It would be rather brave, wouldn't it, to invite the inspector to disregard government policy. Would you agree?
It would be entirely up to the inspector to have his own judgment call on what weight to provide to what document.
Okay. So far as the next element, which was qualitative need and the label rating, once again, I think we have dealt with that this morning.
I believe we have, yes.
And I think we've agreed, haven't we, that there is no evidence to indicate that there would be any viability threat or difficulty for any one or more than one of the existing truck stops MSAs in the area.
There's nothing identified in front of us now.
Thank you very much. The question on disaggregation, this comes in a number of components, but for both the grade 1 to 5 and, as I understand it, the qualitative aspects of label as ratings, a cafe is a part of that, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So that's not something that you would suggest is disaggregated?
No.
Certainly so far as the terms of the 2022 study, there was reference to shop, yes?
There is reference to shop, yes.
Yeah. That it doesn't indicate what the scope or limitation is on that.
It doesn't, no.
No. It is not unusual, is it, whether in TRSAs or MSAs, in order to have shops, whether or not it's M&S, Waitrose or some other operator of the sort of scale that we're dealing with here. Would you agree?
As in the 400 square metres?
Well,
you
that
mean-
400 square metres, I have to say I'm not quite clear whether or not that's gross or net. I think it's identified as a gross figure rather than a net figure, being if it was an increased
I would
figure.
assume it's a gross figure.
It's a
yeah.
gross figure.
I would assume so.
I
I can't tell you the exact floor area you get of the vast majority of those sort of local facilities of brands within the various service stations and things, but I would certainly suggest I don't think that they are at the 400 square metre mark.
I'm going to be asking Mr Holmes about that later, so I thought it was only fair to give you the opportunity to comment upon it. No issue regarding the EV charging points, I take it?
What, in respect to them being included?
Yeah.
No.
So far as petrol is concerned, nature of logistics, yes, is principally HGV, but there are other aspects of logistics that need to be accommodated, aren't there?
Well, yes.
And not all of them will necessarily be either electricity or electricity powered or necessarily diesel powered. Would you agree?
Potentially, you would get some which would be petrol or biofuel or something else.
Indeed.
But I would suspect that the vast majority will either be, or the vast majority probably are diesel at the moment, and there will be a growing electric lorry base which comes through in the future. But I think particularly the vast majority of lorries, well, I think virtually all lorries are going to be diesel if they've got a hydrocarbon based engine. You may well get some vans which are petrol based, but by and large I think even the vast majority of those are going to be diesel. I haven't got specific figures on those, but commercial vehicles tend to be diesels.
Yeah. Making provision for petrol as well as for diesel, that itself is not antithetical to having both a truck stop and a truck stop that also might support other forms of provision. Would you agree?
In practice, it's logical to try and put all these facilities together to a degree, in the same way as what you get at the motorway service stations and things like that. You have the HGV petrol stations and often the vehicular ones next to each other. But it's down to obviously how everything is set out and what the importance is of it. But given that this is being pushed forward as a truck stop, provision of fuel for cars is not a specific facility which is aiding the HGV community.
May not be from that point of view, but there's nothing in itself, if the inspector is persuaded as to the nature of this proposal, that would indicate that it would be inappropriate to have such a petrol filling station co-located, is there?
No. I think where you end up with the question marks potentially over them is the scale of the facility supports them and whether or not a sequential assessment should have been provided.
Okay. So far as your spacing, now I think we agree this really isn't a spacing matter, which is your 214 and following.
Mm-hmm.
I was somewhat intrigued by your various figures at 215, and I carried out a calculation as to what that would mean just utilising those figures and no more,
Mm-hmm.
which is, I take it on the basis of simply dividing that up and assuming a instantaneous transition, one would have 5.4 minutes for the 40 mile an hour zone,
Mm-hmm.
11.7 minutes for the 50 mile an hour zone, 4.3 minutes for the 60 mph zone, and 6.7 minutes for the 70 mph zone.
Mm-hmm.
That got me to 28.1 minutes in total.
Yep, that would be about right, I would say.
Now, as I understand it, my colleagues looked at the matter with the benefit of Google Maps, that there are something in the nature of 13 roundabouts along that particular section of road.
There are a number of roundabouts, yeah. Can't tell you how many.
Your assessment, and indeed my calculation, doesn't make any allowance for deceleration, acceleration, stopping or delays at any of those roundabouts. Would that be fair?
That would be fair, but I think in terms of the travel times between all the different things as set out, it works on the assumption of the speed limits of the roads.
Well, it depends upon the nature of the context it's dealing with. For those 28 and was 30-minute time spacing. But on a realistic basis for that, one would be probably well in excess of 30 minutes in order to be able to carry out that journey. Would you agree?
No. If you've got 2 minutes to go across junctions, if it's busy and there are queues, it would extend it. But if you're working on the assumption that you can drive between the two, and again it's working on the assumption that you can get from A to B without there being big delays on said roads, I think you'd be able to do it within that time.
Even allowing for deceleration and acceleration, because you wouldn't be able to maintain that as a constant speed, would you?
It wouldn't be a constant speed, you'd have to accelerate and decelerate, but
And there's
I
no
don't think you're going to spend more than 2 minutes accelerating and decelerating. It is a road I do drive along, I won't say frequently, but regularly enough that I know the different sections of it when I've gone different directions. You can get up to speed pretty quickly off of all of these junctions.
As a matter of interest, those particular speeds, that will vary, among other things, with the vehicle, won't it? Its ability to undertake that exercise.
Well, we're talking about cars for a start.
Yep.
if you're talking about a HGV, obviously it would be different, but are you meaning in terms of the ability of different vehicles to accelerate?
Yeah.
Some cars can do it quicker than others.
Yep.
Well, yes, but I don't think we're going to quite get into the semantics of if you've got a Micro, you can't do it, but if you've got a Ford Mondeo, you could.
I'm not sure you could do anything for Mondeo, but there we go. Okay. Moving, we'll see what we do or don't have in respect of that. There would be no issue about signing this facility from the A5, would there?
Provided that the cafe is included, it would be entitled to have a sign from it.
218, the other locations that you've referred to, which one has got the hotel? Or are there any of them got hotels?
There is a hotel at number 3, the Hinkley Longshoot. There's a hotel there. And
Okay.
there is also another hotel actually just the other side of the roundabout, so not because it's an individual facility, but there's a large hotel to the other side of where point 4 is, so the other side of the M69. There's a large hotel there as well.
But that'll be accessible from a different entrance or?
No,
whatever?
it's accessible off the A5, but because it's an isolated facility, I hadn't included it. I have made
Okay.
reference to the fact that there are
Okay.
other individual facilities, but it is accessed directly off the A5 there, and you can quite clearly see it from the A5.
Okay. This is purely with a view to dealing with non-HGV stops, is that? Have I
It is,
understood
yes.
I understand, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's responding to that point.
The crash 220, is there anything to prevent a car drop-off and pick-up in addition to pedestrian access? Are there any?
Oh, sorry, I
Yeah.
was waiting for your question, sorry.
Yeah. Is there anything to inhibit?
Well,
Car
someone
drop-off.
actually physically walking
Yeah.
across there.
Yes, they could walk across, and or they could do a car drop-off and pick-up.
Well,
Yeah.
they could do a car drop-off and pick-up. I think in reality that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
If you worked at Magna Park, you would have to be quite a brave person, in my mind, to actually take 1 or 2 children under the age of 5 along any of the cycleways or footways which are there, cross a 60, 70 mile an hour road, 50 and 60 mile an hour road, I don't want to be disingenuous there by getting the speeds wrong, to take it into potentially quite a busy new site, which has got lots of vehicles moving in different directions. Kids, unfortunately, aren't the most cooperative, and if they are walking,
Some are, surely.
obviously not my experience.
Spare the rod, spare the rod.
But again, it's one of those things that the suggestion which was put forward that people who are using the HGV parks potentially on Magna Park wouldn't walk up to 1.3 miles across to the new facility. Well, likewise, if you try and get a 3-year-old to walk 1.3 miles, you're going to have to set off for work an awful lot earlier in the morning. It's just not going to happen.
Well, we're going to be dealing with people who are presumably driving to Magna Park and probably driving back from Magna Park, aren't we?
On the assumption that the need is for people who are on Magna Park, and that need is not before this inspector. So
Fine.
it could be people using this facility who are driving anywhere.
Okay, well, I'll leave that one. 3.2, other facilities within 14 miles. You've identified a number. So far as Moto is concerned, that's, I think, making it either at or making its way to being a label 4 site.
Sorry, is this the
Moto
M6
Rugby-
Junction 1.
Motor Rugby Services.
Yes, I believe it's making its way towards level 4 with the hotel going in.
And the only one which is, I think, label 5 is the Eddie Stobart truck stop.
Correct.
That which is at Cold Ashby Welford, that's one you obviously consider is time and being. We have some reservations about that. Okay. We've already talked about the requirements or otherwise in respect to spacing. Thank you very much. That's all I think on that. Then the proving plan. It is an example that indicates the amount of space, including landscaping, that's available on the site. Would you agree?
Yes.
So far as all of the components that have been referred to, there's no reason why those components could not easily be accommodated, given that, among other things, what is shown on there is 357 car parking spaces, and I think you've indicated there is not a need for that number of car parking spaces.
That is correct. We think there's too many car parking spaces on there at the moment. The problem is that there is no plan at all which shows how you can get this space to work.
If there are too many spaces from that point of view, if you were to reduce the number of car parking spaces, whether with a view to introducing the petrol filling station or other relevant disposition within the parameter plan areas, or by increasing the amount of landscaping, any and all of those are capable of being achieved at a reserved matter stage, aren't they?
They are capable of being achieved, but what that does do is very much, as I've said, is that if you can't fit everything on the site, something's got to drop out, either in terms of the range of facilities or the scale of the facilities which are proposed.
Well,
The benefits which will stem from it, and the attributes which this site, once open, would deliver, is not as is being suggested by the appellant.
the only thing which I think is from that which was not otherwise identified is the petrol filling station. All of the other facilities are dealt with, aren't they?
They could theoretically go within the facilities building, but you haven't got the petrol station shown. Excuse me, you haven't got any servicing shown. I mean, if you've got all of those facilities, how are you going to get any delivery vehicles in? You can't physically do that. You're going to end up with a large swath of parking or space needing to be taken out to get that to work. And as I said this morning, if you've got the creche in there, you have to have an open space to go with it. It's another chunk gum. And the point is that there is not one plan which actually sets out a workable scheme to give any kind of reassurance that you can get the level of facility being suggested on this land.
I think the amount... I beg your pardon. Please continue.
I was going to say, the other little question, which just on a slight aside from that, which I know and also made reference to, is that where we've had the additional landscaping put in to Lutterworth Road along the northern side of the plan, or as it is on the plan, the bottom side of it, where you've got the truck wash and the fuel station, that doesn't work. You can get in, how do you get out?
That's been the subject of tracking drawings and can be done.
I think it was the subject of tracking drawings before the additional landscaping was put in, and what's happened is it's all been squeezed, and the space whereby you actually got out along the side of the fuel station has been removed.
Well,
If you can turn a vehicle round, great, but on that layout plan, how do you then physically drive through? There is not a space to do it.
what we can agree as far as the car parking spaces is that on the basis of your observations and indeed previous submissions, one could utilise the space for 100 car parking spaces or thereabouts, as shown on this drawing, for a range of other uses and including redisposition of units within that particular space. That's right, isn't it?
You would be able to remove some of the parking spaces to get other facilities in, yes, but it's whether you can actually get everything which is being suggested. And my point very much is I don't think you can, and we have not got a plan which shows all of the facilities which are being proposed with all of the servicing and supporting facilities necessary to actually provide beyond a shadow of a doubt that it can be accommodated on the land still available.
Yeah. Is that the test for the purposes of even a proving exercise to an inspector beyond a shadow of doubt? Perhaps I'm unaware of any requirement set out, whether in policy, guidance or statute, on an outline application that requires that to be demonstrated?
You would ordinarily expect there to be an outline plan which can show the delivery of the facilities which are being suggested to be provided on it. I.e., if you've got like an outline application, say for housing, and you say it's for up to 300, you expect there to be a plan which is showing 300 or thereabouts. If it's a plan which is showing 220, you're going to go, where's the other 80 going to come from? I use that just as an example because it's more of a transparent situation.
So, referable to the question I put, is there anything in statute, policy, guidance, or otherwise that indicates such a requirement on an outline application?
There isn't anything in statute which says it has to be there,
No,
but
I didn't just ask about statute. Statute, policy, guidance,
no,
regulation.
no.
No.
It's there to show that it is deliverable, but the point is that it gives the clarity to the decision maker that the facilities being proposed can be delivered. And the issue which arises is if there is some ambiguity as to whether or not it can be delivered, the benefits which would be arising from that scheme are questioned.
Right. So far as the approach to need, you've set out your position, and short of thumbnail screws or like to be applied, I'm not envisaging you changing your views,
No.
however many times I may ask you.
No, we may as well save everyone that torturous
Well,
conversation.
I could. But as I understand it, that's where your position is.
Yeah.
You know what Mr. Holmes' position is. That's going to be a
correct.
matter upon which the inspector is going to need to deliberate. Similarly, the weight to be attributed to those matters, that again is a matter which essentially, as I take it, you have one view,
Yes.
Mr. Holmes has another
Yeah.
for that. That feeds into a context for the application of the statutory test, first of all. Whether or not it's in accordance with the development plan or other material considerations indicate otherwise. Mr. Holmes' view is it's accord with the development plan. You've indicated why you take a divergent view.
Yeah.
That's a matter upon which the inspector will adjudicate. If Mr. Contrary to what I've just put to you, the inspector concludes that there is some aspect in which the proposal does not accord with the development plan, then in those circumstances it's necessary to ascertain whether or not we've got the most important policy basket, and we've talked about paragraph 109 of the NPPF. In that instance, if the inspector concludes that is one of the most important policies, and we've already looked at the question of the fact that the local plan does not recognise all of those features within 109, then in those circumstances, paragraph 11D is engaged. Would you agree?
If you're going to start taking just paragraph 109 from the NPPF and not considering as part of that balance all the other aspects as well, for instance, paragraph 174, elements of that to do with the landscaping are equally relevant.
How does 174 depart from the terms of any one of your plan?
It doesn't depart from it, but obviously it's another aspect if you are starting
Fine.
to.
But the purpose is looking at the basket of policies in the development plan and whether they are out of date. And that is both by act and omission. So I didn't understand with regard to landscaping there was any particular contest, either between you or Mr. Holmes,
No.
as to 174. So that, what we're dealing with is the intrinsic character point, not the valid
Yes.
landscape point. So that's not a matter of contest, as I understand. It is in circumstances if the inspector finds that there is some conflict with one or more of the criteria on the two policies that we looked at, and whether he concludes that then either there is accord with the development plan, or in this instance, there is not accord with the development plan as a whole, then he's obliged to look at what are the most important policies for determining the application. And if he considers there's a gap in the most important policies for determining the application, then in which case those policies as a clutch, it's a basket, not a single policy, but a basket, if they're most important, then have to be looked at as a whole, don't they?
They do. And there's been an awful lot of High Court decisions and things which have dealt with this. I don't think
I
we
know,
need to
I
go
appeared
in
in them.
length of it. Yeah, I'm sure you do. And if that is the situation, then obviously it will be for the inspector to consider it in line with all of those other appeal decisions which have gone before us.
Yeah. So if he decides that, then that means that the tilted balance would be engaged. We know that D1, 11D1, i.e. any of those footnote 7 points, do not apply here.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's 11D2, whether or not it's outweighed by any features. Whether or not it's significant. Let me give you the exact policy wording. I know it should be imprinted. Any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework, taken as a whole. So it would be necessary for the inspector to then, if he were to seek to refuse, to be persuaded that the disbenefits would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits.
If we are taking the line of how policy should be considered as per what you've said, yes.
Is there anything wrong in what I've said to you?
I don't believe that the presumption is engaged. I don't believe that the local plan is completely absent in how it has actually dealt with the proposals, and there is up-to-date policies against which the proposal is determined.
It doesn't have to be completely absent, does it? That's not what 11D says. The policies most important for determining the application are out of date. The NPPF provides a policy approach to determining the application. If there were a policy within the local plan that followed the NPPF, then in those circumstances, self-evidently this point would fall away. There isn't a policy that does that. In those circumstances, there is a discontinuity, which means that the local plan is out of date, referable to the NPPF. Would you agree?
No, I would not agree with that. The countryside policies, which against the proposal has been refused, and policy DBD2 are important policies which are part of the determination of the planning application, and they are not out of date. They have been even indicated by Mr. Holmes that they are consistent with the NPPF, the two which we've refused the proposal on, and those as policies, the countryside one certainly goes to the heart of the proposal. It's the allocation of the land, and therefore I don't think the NPPF tilted balance is engaged.
The NPPF provides that there are a range of policies that ought to be applied to the consideration of this proposal, including one dealing with lorry parking. Yes?
Yes?
There is nothing in your plan to deal with the consideration of lorry parking in an affirmative manner to recognise the importance of that.
Not explicitly, no, but as we had the conversation this morning,
Yep.
the policy is written to allow consideration of alternative uses to be dealt with in accordance with the local plan.
It's not a case of just making it up as and anything else. To use the Radio 1 terminology, and anyone else that knows me, it's not a blanket aspect of saying that gets get out of jail. If there's a policy which actually says what you ought to be doing about something, and your plan doesn't do it, then there's no mission in your policies and your plan, isn't there? Because it doesn't tell you, it doesn't say just take it into account. It says what you're meant to do with it. There's nothing in your plan that says what to do about it. Correct?
In respect of HGV parking, that is correct.
Yeah.
But the way in which the policy is set up is it's a positive one to allow alternative uses to come forward where there is the need and everything to support it.
Okay, I'll leave that one as a matter for the inspector to deal with in respect to those issues. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Weeks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will pick up, Mr. Weeks, if we may, just with paragraph 11D and be really clear about this. In respect of the absence or silence of a plan, insofar as lorry parking is concerned, is that the test, silence or absence, that we see at paragraph 11D of the framework?
No,
Was there ever a test of silence and absence
no,
in the framework?
not in the current version. Are you meaning it was in the 2012 version?
In the 2012 version, yes.
I can't remember offhand without having to dig it back out, I will be totally honest.
Okay, well, maybe we can make submissions on that. But let's just cast your eye over 11D. First part, where there are no relevant development plan policies. Are there relevant development plan policies here?
Yes, there are.
Does Mr Holmes agree?
Yes.
Or the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. Now, we see a footnote there, footnote 8. Is that something that applies here?
No, that's to do with housing.
And we know that when we're considering planning policies, one of the matters which might tell us whether they're up to date or out of date is whether or not those policies are consistent or otherwise with the framework. Now, as to those policies cited in the reason for refusal, NE3 SDC1, are they consistent with the framework or inconsistent?
They are consistent, and that is a point which even in Mr Holmes's proof, he has accepted that they are consistent. And paragraph 410 of Mr Holmes's proof, final sentence, I am therefore of the view that the policy SDC1 is generally consistent with the provisions of the framework. And then the following paragraph, 411, following, I'll read the last two sentences. I do not consider there to be any conflict in terms of the objectives or requirements concerning landscape protection enhancement between policy NE3 and the framework. I therefore conclude that this policy remains up to date and is generally consistent with the framework.
So we've got relevant development plan policies. They're consistent with the framework and up to date. Is there any other way in which the tilted balance might be triggered? And I should say in footnote 8 doesn't apply either.
Yeah, no.
It was put to you that there's a basket of policies and the inspector has to do something with a basket of policies. Has Mr Holmes in his evidence said that the basket of most important policies in this case are out of date?
No.
Is that something you've read in his evidence?
No, I've not read that.
In your opinion, is there any route by which this inspector could find that the tilted balance is engaged?
I don't think there is, no.
Core document S10 then next, please, which is the written ministerial statement. So CD S10. You tell me when you have that.
Yes, I do.
So written ministerial statement, Grant Shapps. We can turn over the page and see the date of that. Statement made on the 8th of November 2021. Do you see that? It's quite small.
Is it at the very bottom?
Oh, you've got a red button. I don't have a red button.
Oh, is it at the very bottom?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said red button. Forgive me. That's my cold getting the better of me.
Sorry, at the top it says the 8th of November 2021. It says at the very top, yeah.
Does this document have the same status as planning policy?
No, it's obviously a statement which has been issued by UK Parliament, but it's not gone through the same rigorous tests as the local plan with an examination and adoption.
Does it have the same status as national planning policy?
No, that's gone through a similar but different approach to be adopted.
Where in forgive me, where in this document is there a statement to the effect that all lorry parking should be made available on site?
Let me have another little skim through. It doesn't say it anywhere.
Is there any adopted planning policy or guidance at all that you know of that says all lorry parking should be provided on site?
No.
Core document S11 is the next in our series, and that's the House of Commons Transport Committee report that you were taken to by my learned friend.
Yeah, I've got that one up.
The first place I want to go, again, I should say, it's clear it's agreed between the parties. This obviously doesn't represent policy. It's the findings of the Select Committee, but turn within that, please, to paragraph 30, just to put this issue in some context.
It's paragraph 30, yes?
Paragraph 30 on page 14.
Yep, driver facilities.
Yes. So first sentence of that, most HGV drivers are not regularly required to stay away from home overnight. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Now, just look down to the footnote and understand what that means.
If I read that footnote out, Logistics UK said in 2018 the National Survey of Lorry Parking found the number of HGVs counted making overnight stops on a typical midweek had risen from 13,708 in 2010 to 18,670 in 2017. It represents a 36% increase, 4,962 vehicles. This was, however, out of a population of over 300,000 HGV drivers in 2017. So it's a small portion still.
So to what extent are the issues raised by overnight parking a problem for the industry as a whole?
If we're talking in the East Midlands that there is 1,191 lorries, it's fairly small. When you start talking about 300,000, I know that's not for the East Midlands, it's the whole country, but you know, it's a fairly small number. It's not a high percentage of the number of people who are involved in a logistics community.
Then if you can turn back in that document, please, to paragraph 3. And we'll look there just to see what the approach was that sat behind this report. And you'll see there this text under the heading inquiry. We launched our inquiry on 27th of October 2021. We received 30 written submissions and held 3 oral evidence sessions, hearing from 5 panels of witnesses, including various people. We also visited the Port of Dover and 2 Moto Hospitality motorway services areas in Kent and Essex, and they're grateful to all of those who took part, particularly the opportunities facilitated by the Select Committee engagement team to meet HGV drivers in Thurrock and Medway. We talked to them about their experience and challenges. So with that in mind, take up, please, core document S15, which is the 2022 survey. And within that document, go to page 14.
It's 1.4, yes?
1.4. And you should see there industry and stakeholder engagement. Compare and contrast the information upon which the Select Committee based its report and the information upon which the 2022 survey bases its findings.
Well, the Select report took 30 submissions, and the driver survey in the 2022 assessment took 364. So, 10 times, if not a little bit more, 11 times more number of submissions. And I note, obviously, it was suggested that was still a low figure by the appellants.
Well, we can
By
see in the
barrister.
first paragraph there, we've got face-to-face focus groups with 10 drivers, online stakeholder engagement group, and then also we've got the survey as well.
Yeah.
Which of these documents, or the information that sits behind them, had the greatest level of engagement with lorry drivers themselves?
The Department of Transport 2022 survey.
Now, just thinking about the Select Committee and what they had to say about, I think you and Mr. Goatley called it the ideal world scenario. taking all off-site parking on-site. Has the government sought to adopt the view of the Select Committee in respect of preventing all off-site parking by introducing any policy or even any draft policy or legislation at this stage?
No, there's nothing.
Is there any change to the text of the National Planning Policy Framework through the December 2022 draft for consultation that you're aware of relating to this matter?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe there's any change to that paragraph.
There's one part in core document S6, which is the 2017-18 National Survey of Lorry Parking. If we can go there, please.
Mm-hmm.
And it's page 65 within that document. So 65 of 111. And it's the issue of immediate response versus long-term response. And you were taken to paragraph 5.2.82 and the heading long-term response. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what it says there is, it is useful to examine a long-term response to the need for rest areas. The following need to be considered. The purpose of lay-bys should be limited to short breaks and emergency stops. Overnight parking in industrial estates is inappropriate. Thus, the ideal is for all overnight lorry parking to be contained within appropriate on-site facilities. Looking at the wording of that paragraph and what might comprise a long-term response, to what extent does that paragraph draw conclusions in respect of the bullet points that are set out there?
Sorry, could you ask me that question again?
Yeah, looking at the wording in respect of the long-term response and what's proposed, to what extent are any conclusions drawn within this report on those three bullet points?
Okay. Well, the suggestion there is obviously the word is ideal. An ideal world is that all overnight lorry parking to be contained within appropriate on-site facilities. But in terms of what this report is actually seeking to deliver, it was seeking just to deliver the short-term response and wasn't suggesting that there needed to be a full change to policy or anything to make sure that there was 100% provision for all overnight lorry parking.
What's meant by the word considered in that first line?
Exactly what the meaning of the word considered is to be thought upon as part of any emerging policy. It's an option, is essentially what it's suggesting.
So that was 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are, 2023, just entered. Mm-hmm. To what extent have those considerations resulted in a policy that prevents off-site parking for HGV drivers?
There hasn't been one. There's no other policy which has emerged other than effectively what we've got in the NPPF at paragraph 109 to suggest about provision of facilities, but there is nothing which prevents anybody parking off-site or a suggestion that they shouldn't be doing that.
In respect of the need from the 2022 survey, you went there with my learned friend, Mr. Goatley, and plus 15% to achieve an 85% capacity rating. I think that probably works out to around 1,900 vehicles across the East Midlands and the West Midlands.
It would be around that figure, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we can work out the precise figure if necessary, but I think that's ballpark figure, yeah.
Do you accept as a matter of principle that we should be looking to meet 100% of the need plus 15% off-site in respect of HGV parking facilities?
If that approach is to be taken, then that would be the correct approach. But in terms of the assumption that everybody will actually park on there and therefore you need that level and the plus 15%, I think as I've said in my proof, there's a lot of people who choose preferably to actually park off-site. Unless it is made illegal for people to park off-site, they will not opt to park on most of these facilities, even if they are available, and therefore they will still choose to park in the lay-bys. So I don't think it is a realistic figure to try and aim to provide.
And does that overall position in respect of that 1,900 figure, the 100% plus 15% across the East and West Midlands, does that change your view in any way on the weight to be given to the benefits of this scheme in the planning balance?
I don't think there is, no. And I know through some of the discussions which we'd had about the fact that certain people or a large chunk of people who are the lorry community have said that they rate security as a high value benefit. I'm sure they would choose to go and use a facility such as this, but you've then still got the other people who would choose to park on the lay-by, so all you're going to end up doing is still having those people in the lay-bys who don't want to pay still in the lay-bys. You're just changing who uses the different facilities, so that this one becomes the preferential over some of the others which are lower label rated.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things, Mr. Weeks. Firstly, just in terms of the creche, you said that there's a need for a public outdoor space. Is that sort of a legislative requirement, or is that sort of a marketing requirement?
It's a legislative requirement in respect of being able to operate a nursery, to be able to actually get the licence, not through planning, but through whichever organisation covers small children. I can't remember the acronym offhand. Ofsted.
Oh, right, okay.
Through Ofsted, you have to have appropriate indoor and outdoor space, and if you haven't got access to outdoor space, then you have the ability to use public open space if it's relatively close and you can show that you've got safe access to it. We don't have public open space here with safe access, and there's no public open space full stop before you start looking at the access routes, but there is a requirement with Ofsted to be able to provide internal and external, because they have to have at least 30 minutes play outside every day for children under 4.
Okay, so very detailed matter. You may or may not know. There's obviously a follow-up question about how much open space would be needed.
It depends on how many children are there.
Oh, okay.
If it's 35, it's not going to be a huge amount, but you're probably going to be needing, I thought 100 square metres, something like that, but that's a guess.
So some.
Some, yeah. It doesn't need to be huge,
yeah.
but obviously it's got to be
Okay.
there to be able to meet its needs, and small children have a tendency to run like lunatics.
Yes,
Again,
indeed.
speaking on my own experience.
Yeah, right. Probably ought to move on at that stage. Just a couple other things. In terms of the life of a lorry driver, a daily life, how long are they allowed to drive for legally before they have to stop overnight effectively?
Don't quote me on this. I think they're allowed to drive, because it depends. It's not just a standard you can drive this number of hours each day.
Okay.
They're allowed to do some days longer than others within a week. It depends on how it sets up. But
Right.
I think they're allowed to travel up to 11 hours as long as they've had breaks at certain points during
Right,
the time, because they're
okay.
not supposed to drive for more than 4.5 hours without a break, I believe.
Okay. Well, I'll probably put that same question to Mr.
Yeah,
Stack. So, yeah.
Perhaps if he knows that question's coming, he definitely got all the correct figures for you. I don't think it's something which is necessarily,
Okay.
going to cause concern for
Yeah,
us,
I
but obviously
think
you just want the correct
I think
information.
it'd be useful for me to know the daytime, well, not necessarily daytime, that's the wrong word, the length of time they can drive without a break, and then also when they need to effectively...
I'm fairly sure it's
over-
4.5 hours they can drive without a break, and I'm sure the maximum they're allowed to drive is 11 hours in a day, but like I said, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that
Yeah,
to
Mr.
Stack.
Holmes will
So
confirm
he's,
that.
He's forewarned then. So, okay. Is there anything in any of the surveys that actually sort of explains why some of the drivers are not choosing to go into a lorry park overnight? I mean, I think we can probably all speculate, but I just wondered if there's anything.
There is a... so in S15, which is the 2022 survey,
Yeah.
page 65, figure 6.5,
Hang on, sorry.
barriers
can
to
you-
drivers.
no,
Oh,
sorry. Can
sorry.
you go a bit slower? Sorry. 22 survey page.
Page 65,
Yeah.
it's figure 6.5. It's barriers to drivers using lorry parking with a charge to parking overnight.
Okay.
So it's where it's got reference to security facilities, shower
Okay.
facilities not being good enough, food not good enough, etc. So
Okay.
it's set out to a degree there.
Okay. Thank you. And in terms of quality of provision, how feasible or commercially attractive would it be to improve existing facilities?
I'd imagine they could be improved. The vast majority of them, if you think of most MSA stops, for example, they're already there. It's not going to be that expensive to have to put fencing up. The vast majority of them have got CCTV in one form or another. It might need upgrading, but I can't imagine that's going to be a huge addition. And they've got all the other facilities usually on site. So in reality, I suspect virtually every park across the country, if they wanted to upgrade, could.
So in terms of the CCTV, is it a case that they could just put one camera up to get that tick in the box, or do you have to have a specified sort of coverage, for lack of a
I would have
better word?
thought it would need, and this is, all of these things are always a bit woolly. It'd be
Well,
nice if
yeah,
everything was
yeah.
there in black and white, but I would have thought from the perception of the lorry drivers, you would want it to be covering either the whole of the site or at least all of the perimeter, because obviously if you've got the access covered,
Yeah,
well, that's not really a lot of good if someone cuts a hole in the fence.
yeah.
So I would imagine you would need to have it so it covers the whole of the site.
Okay, but I mean, in terms of reaching that credential mark, it's not very specified. It's just presumably somebody goes and does an assessment, do they, or is it a
I
case
would
that
assume so, yeah.
questionnaires
Yeah,
filled in or something?
I don't know exactly how.
Okay.
I would assume that the operators would have to provide the information to be able to
Okay.
get the label rating.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, maybe I'll ask the same question to Mr. Stack
Yeah.
then, in terms of, or Mr. Holmes even. Yeah. Okay. Right. You'd be pleased to know that's the end of my questions. So thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Thank you.
Slightly conscious of the time, but I wouldn't want to lose inquiry time. So I'm wondering about carrying on till 4, albeit give sort of 5-minute chance for a comfort break if anyone needs it.
I'm being told we can probably push it to 4:30 if that
Oh,
helps.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Hopefully that would give more of an appropriate junction, but just for the record, I'm presuming committee starts at 5:30, I think. So there's always a setting up time, isn't there? So I'm taking that 4:30 is, so I'm assuming that 4:30 is actually an abrupt and let's get out of here quick. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Right, does that conclude the council's witness then, Mr. Osman-Smith?
So yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you, Mr. Weeks. We'll give 3-4 minute chance for a comfort break then, and resume at just after 3 then. Yes, sorry.
So yes, if we can make it 5 past, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah,
I think there's some
absolutely.
medication to be taken over this side
sorry,
of the room.
no. Well, at least 5 past, and
Thank you.
And we're not going beyond 4:30 either.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so 3:05, inquiry is resumed. So, Mr. Goatley, I think Mr. Stack looks as if he's in place.
Indeed, sir, for a flying start. Mr. Stack, if I can introduce you to the inquiry, you're Chris Stack, and you're an Associate Director of PJA, a consultancy specialising in the provision of transport planning, engineering and placemaking advice.
That is correct, yeah.
You hold an honours degree in geography, you're a member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, and you're a chartered member of the Institute of Logistics and Transport, and you have some 17 years experience in the field of transport planning.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. You've set out your experience of acting as project director on a wide variety of major development schemes and specialise in providing transport planning advice to private sector developers, and you set out your professional attestation, paragraph 1.1.3, in respect of this appeal and proof of evidence. That proof is true, and you confirm that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, you set out the nature of your appointment, including visiting the site and the arrangement of third-party surveys of lorry parks, and prepared a lorry parking capacity study. And that study is Appendix 7 to the Statement of Case. And hopefully you've got a copy of that available to you.
I have indeed, yes.
Thank you very much. You set out in essentially succinct and summary form the need for the lorry parking in section 2.1 and following. Perhaps if you just explain what the nature of the exercise that you undertook and what was the product of that exercise, and we'll then go to what's some of the conclusions that might flow from that.
Yes, thank you. So the surveys were undertaken at a number of lorry parks, lay-bys and industrial estates. They were undertaken on a single day, but those surveys were spread out. So there was one survey, but it was undertaken on a number of days due to a need for the technology. It was done by a drone survey, and so it was a need to do it over a number of days for that reason. So we commissioned the surveys. They were snapshot surveys, and they looked at the capacity of the on-site lorry parking facilities, and they looked at the number of parked HGVs to give an idea of the sort of excess demand at those facilities. We also looked at lay-bys within the local area, but also within a 45-minute drive time. The same, that was done not by drone surveys, but that was done by site visits. And again, that was to understand the level of parking within lay-bys, and the same methodology again for the industrial estates. The results of those surveys, so we split that down into what we called a local parking capacity. So by local, we looked at sites that were within a 10-minute journey, drive time of the appeal site. There were two sites, namely the Moto Rugby service station and the Eddie Stobart truck stop within that immediate local area. The surveys found that both of those truck stops were over capacity. The Moto Rugby, there was some HGV parking within the coach parking area as well of that particular site, and therefore we had a utilisation of 126%. The Eddie Stobart truck stop, we had a utilisation of 94%. Looking slightly further afield, we looked at an area which we deemed the regional lorry parking assessment for the purposes of this study, and that looked at a number of truck stops, as indicated in Figure 5 on page 8 of the PJA study. The results of that survey can be found in Table 2 on page 17, and that indicated the utilisation levels at a number of those those particular locations. It's probably better summarised in Table 8 of the survey summary, which you can see from that there's actually a colour-coded table, that last column there, which
That's
looks
on page 27.
Sorry, on page 27. That looks at the percentage utilisation. So you can see in the local lorry parks there, you've got the Motor Rugby at 126%, Eddie Stobart at 94%. Looking further afield, the only areas which are considered to have an acceptable level of utilisation, that is below 70%, were those around Corley services.
Now, in terms of the study exercise that you've undertaken, the one quibble that Mr. Weeks had was that other than being just a neutral month, i.e. school children were at school, in actual fact, for whatever reason, Leicestershire that year decided to do something a little curious, and in actual fact, the school had already broken up. One, any observations on that as a matter of fact? Two, any observations as to whether there is any impact, and if so, what that impact might or ought to be considered as?
No, I have no questions about that being a matter of fact. I think in terms of the impact of that, I don't think there would be any impact whatsoever in terms of this lorry parking capacity study. I think if we were looking at, say, a junction assessment for a traffic model, for example, then of course that would have an impact. But in this instance, when we're just looking at the quantum of lorry parking, both on-site and in off-site locations, I don't see that having any impact whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Now, maybe ask, well, that which you did, first of all, why didn't you just rely on the 2017 or 2022 exercises undertaken as part of the National Lorry Parking Survey?
I think there's a couple of things there. So the study that we did, so the lorry parking capacity study, that was done before the release of the 2022 National Survey of Lorry Parking. But notwithstanding that, I think what this does, which we don't have in the NSLP 2017 or 2022, is just gives that that local sort of granularity, really, to understand those sites within a reasonable distance of the site, what capacities they have. The NSLP tends to look at it on a more of a sort of regional level, and I think this just gives that extra bit of information with regards to those sites within the immediate vicinity of the site.
Thank you. Your views, please, as to the consistency or inconsistency with what has emerged now in respect of the 2022 study, and for that matter, as far as is relevant, the 2017 study.
So I think the do you mean in relation to the surveys that we have undertaken?
The surveys you undertook.
Yeah, so I think the surveys that we have undertaken in many ways supplement the 2022 National Survey of Lorry Parking and go some way to just add some meat to the bones, I think, to the findings of the 2022 study. We have provided a comparison in Table 3 on page 18 between the findings of the PJA study and the NSLP 2017 study as far as we practically could. I think it's safe to say that not all the sites are listed within the 2017 NSLP because it simply refers to those sites which were above 85% capacity at the time. But what it has shown, and I think what was evident, was that between 2017 and the surveys that we have undertaken, is that there has been an increase in parking demand in the local area. As I've already said, the utilisation of the Eddie Stobart truck stop has increased from less than 69% to 94%, and the recently completed rugby MSA is oversubscribed at 126%, thus demonstrating if you provide those high quality facilities, they will be used. Utilisation at sites to the north and east are similar, and to the south at Watford Gap are also similar. Utilisation at the Red Line truck stop has also considerably increased. To the west, the utilisation at Lincoln Farm has increased, but it has reduced quite notably at the Corley services for reasons which I think have been set out in the appellant's statement of case.
Thank you very much. So in terms of that comparison, you've kindly taken us to Table 3 on page 18. And in terms of comparison, is that comparison between the PJA and the 2017 or the 2022 Lorry Park survey?
That is a comparison with the 2017 survey. As I say, this report was produced prior to the release of the 2022 report.
Thank you very much. In the light of the 2022 material, is there anything which gives rise to any qualm or concern as to whether or not that which you were seeing at the time of your survey has altered or is indicating a change of materiality?
No, there is not.
Thank you very much. You deal with the officer's report on Magna Park lorry parking at 4.2. Matter that I canvassed to a little degree with Mr. Weeks in terms of what is being built, what has been built, what is commenced to be built. Perhaps you just explain to the inspector briefly what the position is.
Yes, that's fine. So the land adjacent to Magna Park benefits from a hybrid planning consent for, I actually reference 137 space lorry park in here. I think it's actually 134 space lorry park. And I think it's safe to say that that would go some way to addressing the need. However, I think that there are limited facilities at that location, and it is therefore not comparable to the appeal scheme before us. There is the 2015 consent relied upon the provision of a 2012 application as a fallback position. It does lack basic facilities such as toilets, showers, cafe, and therefore it would be at the lower end of the ratings in the NSLP. Moreover, I think that there is an application, November 22, which we've already heard extensively about, an outline application for a further lorry park at Magna Park at Mere Lane. This would have a greater level of facilities. However, there are two options that have been submitted. Should the higher quantum under option 2 be consented, that would again provide 134 parking spaces, but only 94 of those would be overnight facilities. Whilst they would provide a higher level of facility if consented, they would only provide for a relatively small amount of the need in the area, both in the local area and within the wider regional need as well. I think that all needs to be considered in the context of the expanded Magna Park as well. We've done a very sort of simple analysis whereby we have looked at the increase in HDV traffic associated with that expansion, and we have identified that that would be 3,560 two-way trips per day, an increase of 92% compared to the existing development. I do take Mr. Weeks's point that some of that existing development has been built out, but there is a considerable amount that has not, and I'm sure, sir, you'll see that when you do your site visit.
Thank you very much. Area of identified need, 4.3 of the authority of your proof of evidence dealing with the authority statement of case. What is it that this proposal is seeking to do, and how much of any identified need do you say that it meets?
I think that this scheme is not intended to fulfil the identified needs for the entire East and West Midlands. That was never the intention, and I don't think it is realistic, likely or desirable for any site to form that particular to meet that sort of wide geographical need. There is proven unmet demand, which has been identified both in the 2017 National Survey of Lorry Parks, the 2022 National Survey of Lorry Parks, and indeed the PJA study. Just looking at the location of the appeal site, it is within I think we can all agree, a concentrated area of logistics development. That fact was recognised both in the NSLP 2022 and 2018, and is within the Golden Triangle of logistics, as we have already heard. It is directly adjacent to the A5, part of the Strategic Road Network, and close to other parts of the SRN. M1 Junction 20, just 5 minutes drive. M6 Junction 1, 6 minutes drive. M69 Junction 1, circa 9 minutes drive as well. So the appeal scheme is well located to meet the needs of drivers travelling on those particular routes with limited diversion. It would meet the needs, the identified need for new lorry parking in a location where there is existing substantial demand, but also increased demand, which will be coming on stream over the next few months and years.
Thank you very much. You set out policies and material considerations. As a matter of policy assessment, is that principally a matter for you or a matter for Mr. Holmes?
I think it's probably more a matter for Mr. Holmes, I would suggest. I've just sort of set out the policies as I see it in my proof.
As far as any of those policies set out, and I'm not going to ask you to comment upon development plan policy, as far as those policies relating to highways and transportation matters with which you are conversed, how would you judge, is the proposed development in accord or in conflict with those policies?
Excuse me. I think it's in accordance with those policies. I think the NPPF at paragraph 109, I think if you look at the Department for Transport circular, most recent version of that, December 2022, again, I think it accords with that particular policy. So from a sort of a transport policy perspective, my view is that the site accords with those policies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stack. Mr. Stack, is there anything further you'd like to deal with at this stage?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Osman-Smith.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Stack.
Good afternoon.
So I'm obviously going to focus my questions with you on quantitative need rather than qualitative issues. And we have a number of documents that can assist, with which we're all, of course, very familiar now. That's the 2018 National survey, 2017-2018. That's called document S6. I'm sure you've got all of these to hand, but
I
if
have.
not, then get them up. So S6, CDS15, which is the 2022 national survey.
Yep.
And both of those assessments look or split the country into 9 different regions. And the two that are relevant here that both parties have looked at in their evidence are the West Midlands and East Midlands, because this site sits sort of between the two of them.
It does, yes.
So we'll look at both of those in due course. And then, of course, the PJA lorry parking study that was carried out by your company, and the results provided in a report dated September 2022. And we find that at Appendix 7 to the appellant's statement of case.
That's correct, yeah.
So that was a survey, we know from the date of it, that was undertaken after the application was refused.
Yes, that's correct.
The scope of it wasn't discussed or agreed with the local planning authority in advance.
No, it was not, no.
Self-evidently, it didn't form part of the application documentation.
No, it did not.
And the methodology that's been used as part of that survey isn't the same as the national surveys, of course. It's much narrower in its geographical reach and the scope of evidence that it looks at.
Yes, I mean, it was intended to look at a sort of more local level, as I said, to provide that sort of local granularity to the assessment.
But the methodology it used to do that obviously isn't the same as the national surveys,
No, it is not.
and it doesn't present the same range of data as the national surveys.
No, it does not.
And of course, as you've accepted chronologically, it couldn't have had regard to the 2022 survey because that came out almost simultaneously.
That is correct, yes.
So we can agree this at least, that the PJA snapshot survey is not comparable to the national surveys that the inspector has in front of him.
It is not directly comparable, no, nor was it actually intended to be. I think we make clear in the report itself that it is a snapshot survey to give an indication of utilisation levels within that local area.
Yeah. Turn with me, please, if you will, to core document S28. That's Circular 2 of 2013, the update version. So Circular 2 of 2013, core document 28 of the S series.
Okay.
And if you turn within that to page 17, you should see a heading, roadside facilities.
Yes.
Turn over the page and you'll see spacing of freight facilities, the heading just above paragraph 80.
Yeah.
And what that tells us is that, well, I'll read it. Drivers of many heavy goods and public service vehicles are subject to a regime of statutory breaks and other working time restrictions, such that roadside facilities are critical enablers of compliance with such requirements. And perhaps you'll be able to help the inspector on the detail of that in due course. But it's recognised that on certain parts of the strategic road network and at certain times there is a shortage of parking facilities for HGVs, in some cases leading to unsafe and informal parking or non-compliance with mandatory breaks and rests. To alleviate the shortage, the expansion of existing facilities on the SRN is likely to be needed alongside the creation of new parking sites. So 2 mechanisms there, expansion of existing facilities supported, and also the provision of new facilities, which of course is what this, the category that this scheme falls into. As a result, existing truck stops, including closed facilities on or near the SRN, must be retained for their continued and future use, unless it can be clearly demonstrated that a need no longer exists. And then we have this, paragraph 82. In areas where there is an identified need, the company will work with the relevant local planning authorities to ensure local plan allocations and planning applications decisions address the shortage of HGV parking on or near the strategic road network. But just look at that footnote 23. Where there is an identified need, footnote 23 tells us this will be informed by regular updates to the Department for Transport's National Lorry Parking Survey and demand assessments undertaken by the company to ensure that appropriate evidence is available on the national picture. You see that?
I do, yes.
The company, of course, is National Highways. But what that tells us is that the national surveys are an important material consideration in this process. They're expressly referred to in this document, yes?
Correct, yes.
And that is the way in which this document anticipates need being demonstrated through those national surveys.
That is what that suggests, yes.
So the need for this sort of development generally is not an issue before us. It's about the need for the size of this scheme in this location. The proposal here is for 293 spaces.
Yes, that's correct.
That's bigger than any other facility that you surveyed in the region.
I think the Eddie Stobart truck stop is of a comparable size. Just check the actual number. So in fact, that's slightly bigger. So the Eddie Stobart truck stop is 296 capacity.
So this is comparable to the Eddie Stobart truck stop.
That's correct, yes.
And they are big facilities. This is a very sizable lorry park that's being promoted as part of this scheme.
Well, it is a large facility when compared to some others, but there are sites of a comparable size as demonstrated with the Eddie Stobart truck.
Yeah, but comparatively, of the sites that you've included as part of your survey, you say it's comparable to the Eddie Stobart site.
Mhm.
It's bigger than all the others.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. We agree that there are no numerical targets nationally for overnight lorry parking.
That is correct. There are no targets as such in the 2022 National Survey of Lorry Parks.
And there is nothing in national policy or the circular that we've looked at or national guidance that says all overnight lorry parking should be accommodated on site.
No, there is nothing in national policy or those documents. I think, as referred to this morning, there is the House of Commons Transport Select Committee at paragraph 51, which talks about that HGV drivers should not park overnight in lay-bys or other unsuitable locations. But you're correct, there is nothing in terms of the national guidance.
So that was the Select Committee. We know that's not national policy or guidance, and
It
we've
is
also looked at the scope of evidence that was before the Select Committee. The straightforward point is there is nothing in national policy, guidance, or law, in fact, that says that lorries should all be parked on a designated space on site overnight.
No, not that I'm aware of. I would only refer to that particular paragraph.
Core document S6, please. That's the 2017 National Survey. If you can turn with me in that document to the executive summary. Now, unfortunately, these are the pages that aren't numbered.
Yeah.
So it is, in fact, page 9. But if you look at the top of the page for off-site parking, e.g. parking in lay-bys, industrial estates and retail parks, then we'll be in the same place.
Yes, I have that.
Just make sure everyone else has this as well. So that's page 9, core document S6 in the executive summary. And we can see there the heading, big heading, off-site parking, and then there's a heading, appropriate parking. And what that says is that whether off-site parking is to be considered as inappropriate for overnight parking is undetermined. You see that?
I do, that's correct.
So we can agree that no determinative view is expressed within this survey, a material consideration as part of the circular, as to whether or not off-site parking is appropriate.
That is correct, not within this document, no.
Yeah. It then goes on, so if we go within the document to table 5.11, that's on page 65 of 111. So page 65 of 111. There is a link made in this document as my learned friend has pointed out, between driver retention and the facilities available. But when it makes this recommendation in table 5.11 on page 65 on how to immediately respond to the additional parking requirements, that response didn't proceed on the basis that every lorry parked off-site in all of these regions should be accommodated on a specific lorry park or service station, did it?
No, it didn't. But equally, I wouldn't say that that was a recommendation. I don't think they used the term recommendation anywhere in this particular section. I would say that the immediate response estimation, which is what this refers to, it only looked at the number of HGVs parked on site and not the number of HGVs parked off site, which I think is the key point there. And it's
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to speak up. We all
Yes,
know that I'm
sorry,
sponsored
sorry.
So, Mr.
by Beecham
Stafford,
at the
you
moment.
could actually, 'cause I need
Yeah,
to compete with
apologies,
the,
apologies,
the
I'm probably
heater, so,
too
yes.
far away from the microphone. Apologies for that.
No, it's quite all right.
So yes, so the immediate response calculation that is referred to in table 511, that only looked at the number of HGVs that were parked on on-site facilities, not those parked off-site. It didn't consider the need to provide for HGVs parking off-site at all. It also wasn't a recommendation. I don't believe there is any reference to that being a recommendation.
Well, I didn't suggest to you that it was. I said it was an immediate response.
Sorry, I thought you used the term recommendation.
It's set out as the immediate response. That's on page 65.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So
It
this is what the document puts forward as its immediate response, whatever that means. Obviously not meeting all of the need for vehicles parked in the area, but certainly to bring up the capacity, or bring down the capacity rather, of those areas which are over-occupied beyond the 85% to that figure.
But yes, it is. But I would say that's only bringing the number down to 85%, which is still a critical level of capacity.
Go back, please, to the executive summary, to where we were in page 9. And you'll recall we were looking under the heading off-site parking.
Yes.
And then appropriate parking. And you see the final paragraph in that section above the heading hotspots. And it says this: with lorry parking averaging at £16.60 a night, many drivers would prefer to supplement their salary with a tax-free night-out payment from their employer and spend the night parked off-site for free. One solution to the problem could be to adapt these locations into enhanced off-site parking facilities, having basic amenities for drivers at a modest price. So we don't know all the reasons, of course, why people choose to park off-site. Cost undoubtedly would have something to do with it. But we also know that when there is capacity with on-site lorry parks, many drivers will still opt to park off-site for whatever reason.
Excuse me. Yes, I would agree that some drivers will inevitably choose to park in lay-bys and industrial estates to save money. However, I think there's 2 points of clarification there. Many drivers will, of course, not choose to do that. They choose, many drivers don't choose to park in lay-bys where there are no facilities and where there is a risk of crime, and simply do so out of necessity, be that a lack of space, or given that the quality of the on-site provision is such that it just simply isn't worth the money. I think I'd draw your attention to the NSLP 2022 in that case, which is CDS15, as I'm sure we are all aware of by now. And I think on page 64, if I can just find the right page, which has the information relating to the driver survey, and it talks about, I think the reference was previously made to figure 6.4, which refers to where drivers prefer to park overnight.
Yes.
And you can see there from the percentages that 7% preferred to park in a lay-by, 17% in an industrial estate, for example. But what that then goes on to talk about are the barriers for people using that. So security not being good enough is the highest area of concern. Poor or no wash or toilet facilities, it's 95% state that that's very or quite important. Not being worth the money is 88%.
Yeah.
So the second point I would just like to make on that is again referring back to CDS 11, that it is deemed wholly inappropriate for drivers to park in lay-bys and industrial estates within that Transport Select Committee document. And within paragraph 51 of that particular document, it also goes on to say that the only way to tackle HGV parking in lay-bys is to build new facilities and upgrade existing ones to ensure there is enough space for all drivers. That is not to say just providing space for those drivers who choose to park in managed facilities, but all drivers.
But if you provide for all drivers and you're still going to get a large proportion of people choosing to park off-site for whatever reason, then that is over-provision, isn't it?
If it was a large proportion, there's nothing to say it's a large proportion. There's nothing in the evidence here to say that. You've got a proportion which say that they prefer to park overnight in lay-bys and industrial estates at this moment. I wouldn't say it's a large proportion. But there goes on to suggest the reasons why they do that.
Well, let's just be clear about this, because we know that 54% are those who are choosing to park at designated truck stop motorway service areas that charge parking fees. The rest of them, that's 46%, are choosing to park elsewhere. That's a large proportion.
It is a large proportion, but I think there are sort of mitigating circumstances and reasons for that, such as the current facilities not being of the quality and therefore not being worth the money, security, lack of washing facilities, and the like.
And when we look at the outcome of the survey below, we have to understand the way in which the questions were phrased to elicit the answers, yes?
Yes, as is the nature of any survey, yes.
Yeah, and have you looked at the survey that was put out to drivers and the way in which those questions were phrased?
I can't say that I have, no.
Okay, well, they're at page 121 in that document. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
So we can see there in which the way the questions were phrased. And if we look to question 3, for example, because when we look at a proportion of people that have responded to a question, of course, it's a proportion of those people who chose to respond. You understand?
Absolutely,
It's
yes.
not necessarily the proportion of people who responded overall to the questionnaire. Those might be two different numbers, and we can't tell from the data we've been given what the distinctions are. But for example, question 3, what features do you consider the most important when using an overnight truck park that charges parking fees? If you're one of those individuals that chooses to park for free off-site, you're not going to answer that question, are you?
I wouldn't... sorry, let me just read the question. What features? I wouldn't necessarily say that you wouldn't answer that question.
Okay, well, the inspector can make his mind up about that, but I want to see how this plays out, and to do it, we're going to go back and have a look at the 2017 survey to the position in the East Midlands in 2017, and it's page 67 I'd like to go to.
Okay.
So you should see on there table 5.12, which is the East Midlands Regional Overview. You see
I see
that?
that,
You've
yep.
got that. Good.
Yep.
So we can see at that time the lorry park capacity was 2,167 spaces, and only 1,550 lorries were parking on those sites, meaning a utilisation rate of 72%.
That is correct.
Or another way of looking at it, 28% of empty spaces.
That, well, at 100% capacity, yes.
Yeah. But almost as many vehicles at that time choosing to utilise lay-bys and industrial estates, presumably with no or very limited facilities available, not even toilets.
That is correct. Of course, we don't know how many were choosing to do that because of a lack of capacity. I take your point that it's, you know, the utilisation level there is at 72%.
Yeah.
As we know, 85% is a practical capacity. The reason for that is because if drivers are diverting from their journey, they need that reasonable confidence that they'll be able to provide to get a space. And that comes back to their driving hours, where there is a necessity for them to stop after 4.5 hours driving. They need to take a 45-minute break, and they have to take 11 hours of rest every 24 hours. So that 85% figure is important, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. I think saying there's 28% of capacity available is probably overstating it in some ways.
Okay, we'll go back to the question. East Midlands at this time, 72% capacity.
It was 72%, yes.
Yeah. And as many vehicles choosing to utilise lay-bys and industrial estates as those choosing to park on site.
There were that number using lay-bys and industrial estates, yes.
Yeah. And as I said, presumably using those facilities, lay-bys, industrial estates, with no facilities whatsoever, despite the fact that there was capacity on lorry parks for them to use.
Yes. And what I don't think we can say is definitively that they were choosing to park in those locations. As we said, it may be a come out of necessity.
Yeah, we weren't there, and that would be speculating. But in any event, what we can see, and this is exactly why I've gone here, I'm sure the point's obvious to you, and I've chosen somewhere that's at less than 85% capacity. That happens to be one of the regions that we're looking at. Because there was capacity here, and notwithstanding that, there was still a very significant proportion of vehicles parked off-site.
That is correct, but
Yeah.
we don't know where that capacity, where those, exactly those, that lay-by parking and the industrial estate parking was occurring. So, but yes, I take your point.
Is it or is it not a fair assumption that this reflects what we see elsewhere in this study, that for some people there is a choice to park off-site because off-site is free?
Yes, and I think I've already acknowledged that some people will choose to park off-site. That is their choice, and some people will make that choice.
And so it's fair to assume that choice being made there, of course, with a 72% utilisation rate or 28% capacity, whichever way you want to look at it. It's fair to assume that would still happen if additional facilities are brought online. There will still be some people who, for whatever reason, be it convenience, be it choice, because it's free, that they choose to park off-site.
Yes, there would always be some people who would choose to park off-site without any facilities. That is correct.
Yeah. Can we have a look then at the 2022 study? That's called document S15. And within that, please, if you can turn to page 28.
Yep.
And you'll see the paragraph beginning off-site, about halfway down the page.
Yes.
So again, off-site locations have been included as many lorry drivers still opt to park there. The reasons are being examined as part of the driver engagement, representing 35% of all vehicles observed. Whether off-site parking is to be considered as inappropriate for overnight parking is undetermined. So again, we see the same phrase repeated as we saw in 2017, that there's still no definitive conclusion as to whether off-site parking should be regarded as inappropriate.
Yes, that is what it says. Whether you feel it's appropriate or not, I think from my view, parking in a lay-by where there are no facilities at all, I don't think is conducive to proper rest. But that is the view in this document. It does say that it is undetermined.
I mean, there are, of course, lorry drivers up and down the country. We know is a relatively small proportion of lorry drivers overall who do have to stay away from home overnight. And most of those will sleep in their lorry. And that's indeed, that's the setup for the appeal site, isn't it? Most of those drivers will be in their lorries asleep.
Yes, there is obviously an element of accommodation there, but there are obviously more spaces than there are available beds in the accommodation.
Yeah. So this scheme presupposes that it's appropriate for one to sleep in their lorry.
It is, but on a secure site where there are facilities, wash facilities, toilets, and importantly security as well.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I don't think it's contentious, but this is going to be a site that does cost money for lorry drivers to park up there overnight.
Yes.
And that's not going to be an attractive proposition to some drivers.
To some drivers, possibly not. I think drivers are more willing to spend money on good quality facilities.
Now, we know there's no identified specific numerical target in relation to providing on-site lorry spaces. And likewise, there's no target that has regard to this particular issue, that there are always going to be a proportion of drivers who choose to park off-site overnight.
That's correct, yes.
And those numerical targets, whether it was an overall figure or whether it was a figure having regard to this particular issue that's identified through these documents, that could have been produced through the studies we've looked at. It could have been produced at a national level by government, by the department.
In terms of targets, yes, it could have done. What the NSLP 2022 does is just simply relates it to the shortfall of spaces, but it doesn't provide a target provision.
And that's the point. A target could have been provided. The data is available, but one has not been.
That is correct. One has not been, no.
A national policy has not sought to define how a specific quantitative need for lorry parking should be calculated in decision-taking.
Yes, I think that's correct, yeah.
So in other contexts, I'm sure we're all familiar with, we can go and have a look at a formula for calculating a housing need, for example. We don't have anything akin to that here.
No, the 2022 document, as I say, refers to the shortfall in parking, and then it equates that to a number of excess vehicles, which are the figures that are provided for the East and West Midlands, as we've already mentioned.
But in nowhere in that document is the leap then made to say this is the target that has to be provided in these regions.
No, it does not provide a figure for that, no.
No. Now, of course, what we know that the 2017 survey did that the 2022 survey doesn't do is to provide that immediate numerical target as an immediate response to capacity issues, to make sure that those parks operating over 85% were brought down to that level. And so we can agree that the 85% figure is important because it's an approach taken both by the 2017 study, the 2022 study, and something that you've looked at in the PJA work as a threshold at which the parking on site becomes at a critical level.
That's correct, I will agree with that, yes.
And of course we know that's already been ventilated. That's the point at which drivers might find it difficult to find spaces on site.
That is correct, yeah.
However, we can also see as part of the survey that you've taken out that there is in some of the areas you've looked at, utilisation of 100%, even over 100%.
That is correct, yes.
So while 85% is a useful indicator, there is evidence, at least locally, in the PJA survey that drivers are not deterred from parking at stops where they are at 85% capacity, because they're still arriving and parking.
They are still arriving and parking. think it's just more a case of at 85%, there is sort of not a guarantee that you'll be able to find a space, and therefore it does deter drivers from diverting from their route to reach those facilities.
It can deter drivers, doesn't always, and we see that borne out by the figures in the PJA survey, where you've got over 100% utilisation.
Yeah, and in those instances, obviously drivers are turning up and they're parking wherever they can, not in marked spaces, in coach spaces, quite often in normal car parking spaces, wherever they can, which I think is reflective of the lack of facilities.
Now, the 2017 study, just to find our numbers, page 65 of core document S5. Just want to have a look at this immediate response figure, page 65, and it's table 5.11.
Sorry, that's core document S6 you're referring to, isn't it? Not S5.
Forgive me, S6.
Yeah, S6, yeah.
You're absolutely right. So table 5.11, core document S6, page 65, the immediate response.
Yes.
And we can see there for the East Midlands, the practical number of additional spaces needed was 87. And for the West Midlands, it was 216. So I'm sure you have a better mathematical brain than I do, but I make that 303.
Yes.
And that is, of course, a similar figure for both of those regions as is proposed on this one site.
That is correct, if you take those figures, yeah.
So that's Mr. Weeks' point, and it's a good one. And it's a good point because this document is a material consideration to be taken into account by the circular.
It is in that respect. However, as I've said, that it does not take account of off-site parking. It is essentially a rebalancing exercise to bring the lorry parks down to a level of 85%, which, as I've already said, is still at a critical level of capacity. So I don't think that addresses the need in any way, shape or form.
Well, it didn't address off-site parking because it hadn't actually decided, and neither has the 2022 document, whether that's a bad thing or a good thing.
It is correct that it does say that is undetermined, but again, I can only draw your attention to CDS 11, which makes very clear at paragraph 50 the House of Commons Select Committee view on lay-by and industrial estate parking.
And which hasn't found its way into any policy draft or otherwise.
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Weeks' page 34 then, please. Mr. Weeks' proof, page 34, and paragraph 6.36. Now, what Mr. Weeks has done, and I'm sure you've read this and dissected this, is applied the same approach that we see in table 511 of the 2017 survey to the 2022 survey to find those sites which are over capacity and bring them back down to 85%. And what that yields is a total of 181 additional parking spaces needed for the East Midlands, but none for the West Midlands. Now, I understand you take issue with the approach because it doesn't address off-site parking, but as a matter of the mathematical calculation, do you take any issue with the number that he's arrived at?
I don't take issue with the calculation itself. As you correctly point out, I take issue with the column 1 which of table 6.4, which is the observed vehicles. I think that should account for both on-site and off-site vehicles, not just on-site. But in terms of the calculation, I have no issue with that. What does concern me is that in the context of the demand identified in the 2022 National Survey of Lorry Parks, to say that in the West Midlands there is effectively an over provision, which the calculation shows, I would say seems rather perplexing.
But that was the approach taken in 2017. This simply mirrors the approach taken in 2017.
It does, but that approach obviously has not been taken in 2022. And I would suggest that if the Department for Transport thought that calculation was so important as to identify a need for lorry parking, then that would have also made its way into the 2022 document, which it does not.
We can speculate about what the department do and don't think is important, because what they haven't done is provided any targets for local authorities or applicants to work with.
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Weeks's figure, if that is a correct approach, if that reflects what was done in 2017 and we agree the maths and the inspector can have regard to it, then that entire figure, that's the 181 plus over 100 more, would be provided for just on one site for both regions as part of this appeal scheme, wouldn't it?
If that figure is correct, but as I've said, I don't believe that it is. But if that figure is correct, then yes, based on simple maths, yes.
Since 2017 and the immediate need that was identified in that study, there has been completion of the Moto Rugby MSA, 88 parking spaces.
That's correct, yes.
And that's less than 5 miles from site, and obviously popular based on your survey results.
Absolutely, yes.
And an additional 93 spaces at Corley MSA, which is within a 20-minute drive of the appeal site.
That is correct, yes.
We know there are spaces in the pipeline at Magna Park, and we'll come back to that shortly. But what I want to do is go back into the 2022 study to page 45 and get a handle on the progress that's been made since 2017 in this area. So page 45, core document S15.
Yep, got that.
And we can see here, first table 4-4, that the overall number of vehicles observed has gone up by 2,564, or 14%.
Yes, on-site and off-site, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the overall number, I put that as. The number of vehicles on site has increased by 22%, up to nearly 14,000.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and that's the biggest proportion of vehicles observed through the survey.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And in absolute terms, that's an increase of 2,447.
Yes.
The number of vehicles in laybys has decreased by 12%, or 552.
That is correct, yeah.
But there has been, those vehicles parked on industrial estates has increased by 27%, up to 3,161 from 2,492. So the absolute number for that is 669.
Yes, I haven't done the maths, but it looks
Yeah.
about right to me. Yeah.
The point there is, while it seems a big percentage, 27% in absolute terms, it's a comparable number to those who are not now parking in laybys.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Then for the regions we're concerned with, for on-site utilisation, have a look over at page 46, and you'll see figure 4.1.
Sorry, which page, sorry?
46, so
Yeah.
just over the page, figure
Oh, yeah,
4.1.
figure 4.1, yeah, got
Yeah.
that.
We can see greater on-site parking for the East Midlands, meaning that on-site facilities are now at 92% utilisation compared to 72%.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what that means is that lorry drivers in the East Midlands are better utilising on-site parking.
Yes, that is what that figure would suggest.
And we can see from page 48, turn over to page 48, final paragraph, the highest number of independent truck stops can be found in the East Midlands. It's got 21.
That is correct. Probably reflective of the need, I would suggest, in that area.
Yeah. So need more truck stops, higher utilisation than we could see in 2017. West Midlands, just turn back to the utilisation for the West Midlands, and you'll see that that's fallen from 87% to 84%.
Yes, it has, yeah.
So fallen from critical to serious. But let's have a look then at the absolute numbers. And I think to do this, we're going to need to have both studies out at once. So if you can do that, that would be good. So we've got S6 and S15. And if you can turn within the 2022 document to page 57. And it's table 5.12 of core document 5.6, which is on page 67.
Yes, I have that.
So I'm sorry there's not an easier way of doing this, but we're going to do our own little compare and contrast. So 5.12 of the 2017 study and table 5.2 of the 2022 study, we can see that the total capacity on lorry parks has risen from 2,167 to 2,661.
2002. Yes, that's correct, yeah.
The total number of vehicles parked on site has gone up from 1,550 to 2,443.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's a significant jump up in respect of the number of vehicles parked on site.
It is an increase, yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it's significant.
It's a large increase, yeah.
Is it insignificant?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant, no. I think
Right.
it's...
So it's significant.
It's a significant increase,
Yeah.
yeah.
Total number off-site, 921 in laybys down to 866.
921 and 866, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, and 561 down to 543 for industrial estates.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so all of those indicators in respect of your case, which is get the lorries on site, get them parked on site and not in laybys and industrial estates, are positive.
Yes.
Yeah. It shows more vehicles, of course, but more vehicles accommodated on site than off site with decreased off site parking. That's the picture for the East Midlands.
Yes, but notwithstanding that, there is still an excess number of vehicles which relate to a shortfall.
Well, essentially people off site.
Yes.
Yeah, which we don't know whether it's a good or a bad thing. There's a difference there. West Midlands then, let's do the same exercise. And that is table 5.46 for the 2017 study, which is on page page 94 of S6. And it's on page 61 of the 2022 study. So you tell me when you have both of those.
Yeah, I have those, yeah.
Yeah, it's page 61, 5.5.8, and table 5.16, 5-16. So again, going through the same exercise, on-site capacity up from 1,906 to 2,228.
Yes.
Yeah, so increase in capacity. Total vehicles parked on site, again, increased from 1663 to 1871.
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, total number off-site in laybys, down from 504 to 377.
That's correct, yeah.
And industrial estates, however, we see in the West Midlands, that has gone up 352 to 438.
That's correct.
So that's a negative indicator, but by less than 100 lorries.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we know, however, is that utilisation is at 84%, so there is capacity within on-site lorry parks for additional vehicles at around 350.
Well, yes, if you take 100% as capacity, yeah.
Yeah. So we can see that the capacity has increased in both areas between 2017 and 2022.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And can we also agree that there is potential, strong potential, for lorry parking to come forward in due course at Magna Park?
There are consented schemes, so in that respect, yes. Obviously the Mere Lane scheme is not consented, so that's unclear whether that will come forward or not.
But there is a significant fallback development given that the site's already covered by a planning permission.
There is a fallback position, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that as a scheme, the 2022 scheme that you're talking about that provided for the two options, that's a scheme that of course would be embedded within Magna Park on the eastern side of the A5.
It would be, yes.
Magna Park, as you know, is an area identified and allocated for strategic storage and distribution.
It is, absolutely.
And when we have a look at paragraph 109 of the framework, if you have that to hand, paragraph 109.
Sorry, can I just have a core document reference, please?
Yes, I do have that. It's CDS 13,
S13.
I hope.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, so obviously you'll be familiar with this. Planning policies and decisions should recognise the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities, taking into account any local shortages to reduce the risk of parking in locations that lack proper facilities or could cause a nuisance. And then we read this: proposals for new or expanded distribution centres should make provision for sufficient lorry parking to cater for their anticipated use, so that there is an expectation as part of this policy that parking will come forward together with distribution uses.
That is correct. I think the point here is that Magna Park is already a sizable logistics development, to say the least, and presently there is no lorry parking available at Magna Park.
And what you've put in your, forgive me, in PJA's survey as part of Magna Park lorry demand, that's on page 24 of that survey, which is Appendix 7 to the appellant's statement of case. You set out there and on page 25 anticipated additional two-way movements, and you very fairly said in examination in chief that some of that is already online essentially.
It is, yeah.
So will have been taken into account in the 2022 survey. But we can also agree this, that the majority of lorries which make up those two-way movements are not going to require overnight parking, because we know that the national picture is that overnight parking forms a very small proportion of the industry overall.
It does. However, I would say that adjacent to a logistic park such as Magna Park, many lorry drivers turn up in the evenings to either drop off their loads and then stay overnight, or they arrive in the evenings and stay overnight and then drop off their loads in the morning. So I would say that in proximity to a logistics developments such as Magna Park, I would expect there to be a need for more overnight accommodation.
And we know that applications are going to come forward on Magna Park. Certainly one has already, a detailed application 2022. That accords with national policy, doesn't it? Bringing forward that parking together with essentially the allocation, the development for those logistics uses.
It does, yeah.
So just a couple more questions, if I may, on the PJA survey. Now, we've discussed the methodology and how that differs to the national surveys. The national surveys obviously were taken over a much longer time period,
That's correct.
and there was verification of the results as part of those surveys. There's no verification of the results as part of your survey, is there?
Sorry, in what respect do you mean verification?
There was no verification of the results. Essentially, it was a snapshot survey, as you've explained, where drone footage was taken. But what you didn't then do is go back on a subsequent evening and check whether or not those results were a fair and accurate representation of the average picture.
No, we didn't, no. The only thing I'd add to that is that these surveys were, of course, done in July, and the peak for HTV traffic is September to sort of November time on that run up to Christmas.
Well, we work with the evidence we've got in front of us. Page 2, please, is where you set out the survey methodology. And at 2.1.1, you say that the assessment is essentially divided into 3 elements. That's local lorry parking capacity, regional lorry parking capacity, and local on street. So when you say regional, you don't mean the whole of the West Midlands area and the East Midlands area covered by the National Transport Surveys?
No, that's correct. We refer to regional in this case as being within a 45-minute drive time of the appeal site.
Yeah. So obviously the regional area covers a much wider geographical area.
It does indeed, yes.
2.1.2, we can see the times at which the survey was carried out was between 7 and 9 o'clock.
That is correct, yes.
Nothing, of course, after 9 p.m, self-evidently.
No.
In terms of the local, what you look at, essentially, we can see on page 4, is 2 locations within 6 miles of the appeal site.
That's correct. So in terms of the local, we refer to just the moto services at Rugby, M6 Junction 1, and the Eddie Stobart truck stop.
Yeah. And you identify, again, employing the methodology of the 2017 survey, that to get those sites to 85% capacity, there would be a need for 62 spaces, excluding the use of coach parking. That's on your page 7.
It is at table 1, yeah.
So you've carried out that same exercise essentially at a local level that the 2017 survey carried out, and that Mr. Weeks has carried out in respect of the 2022 national survey.
We have looked at the effective capacity, that is the 85% threshold.
Yeah. Page 8. Well, I should go back and say you recognise that is a worthwhile exercise to look at, and for this inspector to look at in terms of understanding local parking capacity.
I don't disagree that looking at the 85% as an effective capacity is useful.
Yeah, it's a useful exercise. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have been included within this survey.
It is. I think it's a useful exercise. The area of disagreement, I think, that we've had throughout is regarding whether off-site provision should be included within that or just on-site provision.
Page 8, you don't give distances for the facilities 1 to 8, or forgive me, 1 to 9 that you've assessed there. I think probably one is about the furthest away. That's junction 23, Lorry Park and Shepshed.
That's correct. I think that's about sort of 29, 30 minutes away.
Right, 29, 30 minutes away. Okay. And when we look over on page 17, following the drone footage of all of those different facilities that you've looked at. Table 2, we can see there's a real mixed bag of results from those facilities that you've looked at.
Well, there's a mixed bag in terms of there is different utilisation levels at each, yes.
Yeah. And what that leads to altogether is a positive value in Table 2 because there's so much spare capacity at Corley.
That's correct. I think the effective spare capacity at Corley, if you combine the eastbound, westbound and the additional area westbound, is around 100.
Yeah. So we end up with the essentially the positive because of the position at Corley. But what you say in the survey, or forgive me, who did you draft the survey, or was it a joint collaboration between you and colleagues?
It was with colleagues.
Okay, so I keep saying you, but you understand what I mean by
Yes,
that.
I do, yeah.
What you say in the survey is that there's a shortage of lorry parking east of the appeals site, but when we look in this table east, we can see a positive number. East total, that's a positive 7.
Yes, the east total is a positive of 7, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a positive 7 and a positive 94 when we're looking at west. Now, in terms of your off-site survey, if we can turn over to 5.1, which is page 19, we can see an overview of what's been looked at in terms of the locations, and they're helpfully set out on figure 16.
That's correct, yeah.
And they are all within a 10-minute drive of the appeal site, aren't they? It's a highly localised survey.
Sorry, this is at figure 16, the on-street location.
Yes.
Yes, they are localised, yeah.
And what you say at 5.3.1 on page 22 is this, that the national survey recorded 921 HGVs parked in 470 lay-bys in the East Midlands, an average of 2 per site. This has increased to 2.45 per site in the PJA surveys, indicating increased demand since that survey. But the national survey considered 470 lay-bys and you've considered 20.
That is correct, yes. This is obviously a much more localised study.
Yeah, but what you can't do is draw comparisons between something that's highly localised and considers only a fraction of those sites which the national survey has considered, and attempt to draw a comparison, positive or negative, because you're not looking at the same thing, are you?
Not entirely, no. You know, I think you can look at the figure in its own right in terms of the localised figures. One thing I would say is that obviously included 3 lay-bys, which when we surveyed, they were actually closed. So if you actually take those lay-bys out of the mix, the parking per site actually increases to 2.9.
Well, be that as it may have been that exactly the same was the case for the national survey, that lay-bys were closed when that was undertaken on a much greater proportion of lay-bys. But what we do know is, following on from the publication of this, the 2022 national survey, which has looked at a much greater geographical range and far more like lay-bys than your study, has considered that parking in lay-bys has reduced both for the East and the West Midlands. For those regions, yes. As already alluded to, this is a much more localised study, and the intention was to look at the lay-by parking within the immediate vicinity of the appeal site. But we don't know what the provision was for the appeal site in 2017 for your highly localised area.
No, we don't.
So no comparison can be drawn.
I think that's a fair point, yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Oakley, I don't know how much time you need, but I don't know if we could take liberties. Yeah, it would just be nice to be able to deal with this, because there's obviously a flow of information during the inquiry. Right, okay, yeah, I understand, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to start, or do you want to is it going to fragment things too much?
If I can, in an open context, because apart from anything else, I drove all of our team here this morning to the hotel. Now that's not impossible, because I'm sure we can all behave in respect of that. Mr. Stack, are you due to be staying at the hotel tonight?
I am, yes.
Okay, in which case I have a feeling it's going to be a Billy No Mates affair for Mr. Stack tonight. So sorry about that.
That's fine.
Reason being is, I think just simply kicking off, I'm not going to finish this in 5 minutes flat.
No, well, if you
That's
can't, if you can't in 5 minutes, then yeah.
So consequently, I think best thing is stand over to tomorrow morning. And sorry to Mr. Stack.
That's fine. Not a problem.
We'll drink, you won't, but there we go.
That's absolutely fine.
So you're quite happy with that, Miss Osman-Smith, from your side?
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
okay, okay.
As I say, in case there is any misunderstanding, yes, he will be leaving in the back of the car, but no, I might be talking to him about football or something else. But
Yeah,
not about
do
it.
that, yes. Okay, right, in that case, without any further ado, we best close. I'll save my questions for tomorrow for Mr. Stack, and we'll start at 9:30 again tomorrow with re-examination, Mr. Stack. Okay, so the inquiry's closed, thank you.
Use it.
Not closed, sorry, the inquiry's adjourned.